Chapter 56-99. The real sword Master Dong Yu was truly powerful. His cultivation had already reached the half-sage realm. He didn't have a sword because, at his realm, anything could be used as a sword. Even without a sword, it was still better than having one. Gu Fei's clone had to admit that this fellow's sword Dao was the strongest he had encountered after coming to the limitless realm. The infinite sword sect's sword Dao inheritance was still very impressive. However, in terms of the realm of sword Dao, Sword Master Dong Yu was still worlds apart from Gu Fei's clone. At this moment, Gu Fei's clone soared into the sky. Sword Master Dong Yu chased after him. This little fellow actually dared to stomp his younger brother to death. How could he vent his anger if he didn't tear this fellow into pieces? Infinite sword chi. Sword Master Dong Yu waved his right hand, and countless strands of sword chi shot out from his hand, piercing through Gu Fei's clone at an extremely fast speed. However, Gu Fei's clone had grasped the 9 secrets of immortal Dao. As soon as he used the anti-void secret technique, he seemed to have fused with the surrounding void, and his figure instantly turned illusory. Sword Master Dong Yu's sword chi directly pierced through his illusory figure, unable to harm him at all. What kind of divine ability is this? Sword Master Dong Yu couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this. His opponent's cultivation was lower than his, but the divine ability he displayed was very frightening. This kind of magical power that could suddenly turn into nothingness was simply unheard of and unseen. Wouldn't he be able to ignore any attacks if he grasped such a divine ability? No wonder this little fellow dared to provoke him despite knowing that his cultivation was lower than his. It seemed like he had grasped such a mystical divine ability. He had to get his hands on such a divine ability. Sword Master Dong Yu changed his mind. Killing this little fellow would be letting him off too easily. If he could obtain such a divine ability from this little fellow, he might be able to successfully advance to become a Sword Emperor. In the Infinite Sword Sect, there was a system to test the sect's disciples. Those who passed the test would receive a corresponding title. There was an even higher title above Sword Master, Sword Emperor. However, in the measureless Sword Sect, the Sword Emperors were all saint-rank existences, true Sword Saints. Moreover, the measureless Sword Sect's Sword Emperor test was extremely strict. Many Sword Saints in the measureless Sword Sect had failed to pass the trial and were unable to obtain the title of Sword Emperor. If he could obtain the title of Sword Sovereign, there would naturally be many benefits. Sword Master Dong Yu would also be able to leave this godforsaken place. At the thought of this, Sword Master Dong Yu became excited. The higher the title, the more power, the more cultivation resources, the higher the prestige, and the higher the status. Moreover, if he offered this divine ability to the sect, he might be able to enter the sect to cultivate. Wouldn't it be a piece of cake for him to break through to the saint level? Having changed his mind, Sword Master Dong Yu's sword stance immediately changed. The invisible sword chi that surged out from his body was like a rope coiling around Gu Fei's clone. His hands danced, weaving an invisible sword net. He wanted to catch this fish that was fleeing in all directions. Gu Fei's clone sharply sensed a change in Sword Master Dong Yu's sword stance. His killing intent had actually dissipated by more than half in an instant. Does this guy not want to kill me anymore? At the thought of this, Gu Fei's clone could not help but shudder. This Sword Master Dong Yu is indeed something. Even after I stomped his younger brother to death, he can still hold himself back from killing me. Little guy, surrender obediently. Sword Master Dong Yu said, coldly. Countless invisible sword chi danced with his hands, crisscrossing in the void. Moreover, the sword chi condensed and did not dissipate, quietly forming a huge net. However, what he did not know was that the invisible sword chi that he had shot out was as obvious as a lamp in the dark night in front of Gu Fei's clone. This was because Gu Fei's clone's Sword Dao realm was far above Sword Master Dong Yu's. However, he pretended not to know and continued to move rapidly in the void, evading Sword Master Dong Yu's attacks. Moreover, he even deliberately and slowly crashed into his opponent's sword net. Haha, if you want me to surrender, you'll have to have the ability first. Gu Fei's clone finally understood. This guy wants to capture me alive. This guy must be out of his mind. He actually wants to capture me alive? If I let you capture me alive, do I still need to stay in the infinite realm? Gu Fei's clone used the universal, desolate steps. All of Sword Master Dong Yu's attacks missed. However, the void around Gu Fei's clone was filled with invisible sword qi. His path of retreat was about to be completely sealed off by Sword Master Dong Yu. At this moment, Sword Master Dong Yu was very confident, thinking that he had already defeated Gu Fei's clone. The corner of his lips unknowingly curled up, revealing a smug smile. Meanwhile, on the ground, Lord Fatty was closing in on Dong Yue Yuanliang. What are you trying to do? Don't you dare act recklessly. I'm the second prince of the East Moon Empire, the second-in-line successor to the throne. Dong Yue Yuanliang panicked. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that the other party was someone who could trample Mr. Lung to death with a single stomp. He had actually acted tough in front of this person. This was simply courting death. I'm a disciple of the Golden Sun, sacred ground. Do you think you're a saint by offending both the Golden Sun, sacred ground, and the East Moon Empire at the same time? Mr. Jin's expression also changed greatly, but his willpower was clearly stronger than Dong Yue Yuanliang's, and he remained unyielding. Oh my, you brought up the East Moon Empire and the Golden Sun, sacred land to scare me? Fatty was overjoyed. Do you think you can represent the East Moon Empire and the Golden Sun, sacred ground? Do you have that much face? The Fatty was amused by the two of them. He had even trampled the disciple of the Shadow Mountain Holy Lord to death. So why would he be afraid of the Gold Sun Holy Ground or the East Moon Empire? Could it be that the Gold Sun Sacred Ground and the East Moon Empire were stronger than the Shadow Mountain's Sacred Ground? Moreover, the East Moon Empire seemed to be the weakest among the three great forces. They did not even have a saint-level cultivator. So why should others be afraid of them? In the limitless realm, what mattered was strength. What mattered was whose fist was harder. Dong Yue Yuanliang and Mr. Jin wanted to continue. However, Fatty didn't give them a chance. Swoosh! In a flash, Fatty appeared in front of Dong Yue Yuanliang and Mr. Jin. Pa! Pa! Raising his hand, Fatty directly gave Dong Yue Yuanliang and Mr. Jin a resounding slap. Dong Yue Yuanliang spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the side, while Mr. Jin spat out a mouthful of blood along with his teeth. This second prince's teeth had all been pulled out by Dong Yue Shui. So he only spat out blood and not his teeth. However, Mr. Jin spat out a mouthful of blood along with his teeth. A figure flashed. Pa, who asked you to use the East Moon Empire to suppress me? Pa, is the Golden Sun sacred land that amazing? Pa, the East Moon Empire is just a pile of shit in my eyes. Pa, I even trampled the disciple of the Shadow Mountain Holy Lord to death. So why would I be afraid of your Golden Sun sacred land? Fatty spoke as he made his move, directly slapping these two guys who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Does it feel good? You two pieces of trash. Chapter 5700. Fatty was already in a bad mood after being restrained by Gu Fei's clone. He was filled with anger, but he did not dare to find trouble with Gu Fei's clone. Hence, Dong Yue Yuanliang and Mr. Jin were out of luck. Dong Yue Yuanliang and Mr. Jin's faces were swollen from the slap. However, Dong Yue Yuanliang's face was already swollen from the beating. Preposterous! Dong Yue Yuanliang had never suffered such humiliation before. He was the high and mighty second prince of the Dong Yue Empire. He was incomparably noble since birth, and no one had ever dared to hit him, not to mention beating him into a pig's head. Even his father, the Dong Yue Imperial Lord, would at most reprimand him when he did something wrong. He had never hit him, but today he was beaten to the point where he doubted his life. "Pa!" Fatty slapped Dong Yuanliang's face hard again, causing him to spin twice on the spot before collapsing to the ground. Bam! Fatty raised his leg and kicked Mr. Jean, sending him flying and crashing into the steps in front of the main hall. The two of them did not even have the strength to fight back in front of Fatty. Fatty could abuse them however he wanted. Two useless pieces of wood, yet you still feel so good about yourselves. Who gave you the confidence? Trying to use the Dongyue Empire and the Golden Sun sacred ground to suppress me? In my eyes, the Dongyue Empire and the Golden Sun sacred ground are nothing. Fatty felt much better after venting his anger. However, Dongyue Yuanliang and Mr. Jean were shocked, furious, and infuriated. Dongyue Yuanliang was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Don't be unconvinced. My fist is harder than yours, so you're the ones being abused. If you were stronger than me, I would be the one being abused. Fatty said coldly, in the limitless realm, the strong were respected. There was nothing wrong with that. Fatty no longer paid attention to these two fellows. At this moment, an incomparably powerful fluctuation of sword Tao came from the sky. Fatty raised his head and saw countless rays of light appearing in the sky. Fatty's expression immediately turned solemn. Those rays of light were not ordinary rays of light. They were sword rays that were extremely pure. Such sword rays were much more powerful than true divine weapons. I'd like to see how you're going to resolve this limitless sword sex secret technique. Fatty said indifferently. At this time, Gu Fei's clone, Wang Zhan's mother and sister, Wang Lingxue, had already been protected by Dongyue Shui. Fatty had suffered at the hands of Gu Fei's doppelganger, but he was eager to see Gu Fei's doppelganger suffer as well. Only then would he feel more comfortable. However, the real sword master Dongyu was a true half-step sword saint. In terms of cultivation, he could definitely crush Gu Fei's clone. However, it was not easy for sword master Dongyu to defeat Gu Fei's clone. Gu Fei's clone's 9 secrets of the immortal Tao was truly heaven-defying. Even though his cultivation was only at the early stage of the divine level, he was still able to contend against a half-step sword saint. In Sword Master Dongyu's eyes, this was simply a miracle. No one had ever been able to challenge a half-step sword saint at the early stage of the divine level, unless that person was courting death. For a half-step sword saint to kill an early-stage sword saint was as easy as blowing off dust. But now, the battle prowess displayed by Gu Fei's clone had overturned Sword Master Dongyu's understanding. This was because such a thing had never happened in the unbounded realm. This made Sword Master Dongyu extremely envious of Gu Fei's clone's ability. If he had such an ability, wouldn't he be able to challenge sword saints? I'll give you one more chance. Surrender immediately, and I'll spare your life. At this moment, Sword Master Dongyu finally completed his net of swords and revealed his trump card. Sword Master Dongyu was very confident, because he had set up 3 layers of sword nets around Gu Fei's clone. This was a very strenuous task for Sword Master Dongyu. Sword Qi condensed into sword light without dispersing. It was already not easy to achieve this. It was even more difficult to interweave the sword light into a 3-layer sword net. Only Sword Master Dongyu, who was a half-step sword saint, could use such an ability. Divine-level sword Tao cultivators did not have this ability at all. Why would I need you to spare my life? If I don't want to die, who in this world can kill me? Gu Fei's clone said coldly. How arrogant. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Sword Master Dongyu gritted his teeth. The next moment, he directly activated the sword net. Countless sword lights interweaved to form a 3-layer sword net, which directly enveloped Gu Fei's clone. The 3-layer sword net sealed off all paths of retreat for Gu Fei's clone. In the eyes of Sword Master Dongyu and the countless people who witnessed this scene, Gu Fei's clone was doomed. He had nowhere to run and was trapped to death. This Dong Yue Shui, who was on the ground, raised her head and saw the scene. She could not help but feel nervous. In her eyes, Wang Zhan was mysterious and unfathomable. He had even defeated the Sky Overlord Battle God and was almost invincible among the divine level. It would be a pity if such a heaven-defying existence were to die under sword Master Dong Yu's sword. If such an existence did not die prematurely and could grow up, he would definitely become a world-shaking existence. Moreover, after these days of interaction, Dong Yue Shui had unknowingly developed an inexplicable feeling toward Gu Fei's clone. Although she was anxious, there was nothing she could do. Sword Master Dong Yu was a half-step sword saint. At this moment, no one dared to soar into the sky and watch the battle from above. The sword chi ripples in the sky were too powerful. If they were careless, they would be swept by the sword chi and die immediately. Dong Yue Shui flipped her left hand, and the East Moon bow immediately appeared in her hand. She then pulled the bowstring with her right hand. If Gu Fei's clone was really in a life-or-death situation, she would not hesitate to help. The fatty glanced at Dong Yue Shui, with a hint of surprise on his face. This chick is really bold. Die. At this moment, Sword Master Dong Yu's murderous intent soared high up in the sky. Countless sword lights, intertwined into a net, suddenly burst out with an unprecedentedly intense light. Every sword light seemed to be able to cut the void apart. Looks like I can't hide anymore, sigh. Fatty sighed helplessly. He could not just watch as Wang Zhan was killed by Sword Master Dong Yu. That was because Wang Zhan had planted a forbidden technique on him. If Wang Zhan died, he would be buried with him. Originally, he could not care less about the life and death of Gu Fei's clone, but he had no choice but to do so now. However, just as the fatty was about to attack, a pitch-black spatial crack appeared high up in the sky without any warning. The spatial crack directly tore apart the 3 layers of sword net that Sword Master Dong Yu had set up. At the same time, a terrifying aura surged out from the spatial crack. Everyone was extremely frightened. It's him. When Gu Fei's clone sensed the aura, his body actually trembled in excitement. The person who had broken the void was Sacred Master Su Tian. At the same time, Gu Fei, who was in seclusion in the void realm, suddenly opened his eyes. That was because a huge spatial crack had appeared in the sky above the mirage middle heaven. No one would have thought that a passage would appear between the unbounded realm and the void realm. Chapter 5701. Sigh. A sigh could be heard from a forbidden area in the limitless realm. It's starting again in the westernmost area of the limitless realm. A lady in white stood on the peak of a snowy mountain. She looked up into the sky at the ancient city that was bound by chains. Another cycle. In a forbidden area of an ancient sect, an old ancestor who had been in seclusion for countless years walked out. One powerful aura after another suddenly appeared in various parts of the limitless realm. Countless peerless experts who had disappeared for countless years suddenly appeared. In an instant, the entire limitless realm was in an uproar. The sealed ancient city broke out of the seal. Spatial cracks appeared everywhere in the limitless realm. No one knew where these spatial cracks led to. Some of the spatial cracks directly connected to other worlds. In the distant past, these mysterious spatial cracks had appeared before, directly causing a huge storm that swept through the entire limitless realm. Some people were swallowed by these spatial cracks and disappeared without a trace. There were also some earth-shattering figures who entered the spatial cracks. However, none of these figures could walk out of the spatial cracks. As for the ancient cities that were sealed under the 5 polar regions, they seem to have existed since ancient times. No one knew who built these cities or what exactly was in them. No one knew who sealed these 5 ancient cities under the 5 polar regions either. This was because no one had ever been able to enter the core areas of these cities. Even the supreme infinite primes did not dare to enter the depths of these ancient cities. The last time the ancient cities appeared, there was a powerful infinite prime who did not believe it and directly barged into the city. After that, there was no more after that. That infinite prime died immediately. This time the ancient cities and spatial cracks appeared again. All the important figures in the limitless realm could not remain calm. At this moment in the void realm, a figure that seemed to have existed since ancient times suddenly opened his eyes. Master is out of seclusion. Is he going to return to the void realm? Master! The moment Gu Fei opened his eyes, the most powerful figures in the void realm all looked up at the boundless sky at the same time. In the next moment, the limitless demon lord, the limitless fire spirit, the limitless artifact soul, the holy master of the chaotic heavens, the limitless snow demon, the world-suppressing artifact soul, the ancestor of all demons, and the two Black Hand Arch and Mo-ing behind the gathering Emperor Pavilion also arrived. However, Yen Wu, who had once been the ruler of an entire realm, had arrived late. These powerful infinite primes all appeared outside where Gu Fei cultivated in seclusion. Ever since Gu Fei defeated Limitless Emperor's clone, no one in the Void Realm was his match. He became the Void Realm's Realm Lord. In the Void Extent, he was the strongest. In the Void Realm, he had the final say. In the Void Extent, he was the master. Even his disciples were existences that could do whatever they wanted in the Void Realm. Over the years, both Long Xiaozhou and Xiao Ye's cultivation had soared. Xiao Ye's cultivation had already broken through to the Emperor Realm. Long Xiaozhou's cultivation had broken through to the transcendent Emperor Realm, leaving his grandfather, the West Sea Old Dragon Emperor, in the dust. Yen Wu accepted a little brother. This little brother was Sacred Master Void Sky's clone. At this time, Sacred Master Void Sky's clone had been tortured by Yen Wu into submission. When she told him to bark like a dog, he would obediently squat on the ground and bark. It couldn't be helped. Sacred Master Void Sky's clone didn't want to die. Moreover, even if he died, these people could reconstruct his divine soul and revive him. These people were too ruthless. He couldn't die even if he wanted to. Yen Wu was too bored. She had accepted Sacred Master Void Sky's clone for fun. She didn't want to be so bored. Sacred Master Void Sky's clone was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. "Welcome back, Master." Gu Fei walked out slowly. The subordinates outside immediately bowed, respectfully. "You're out? Is it related to that spatial crack?" Yen Wu asked directly. Everyone immediately pricked up their ears. "Yes." Gu Fei nodded. At that moment, he actually sensed the fluctuations of his spiritual force in the limitless realm. In just a split second, he knew everything that his strand of consciousness had experienced in the unbounded realm. However, at the same time, he also sensed a familiar ripple of consciousness. Gu Fei had been in seclusion for 1,000 years. But only a month had passed in the limitless realm. The flow of time in these two realms was different. Actually, there was nothing strange about this. After all, every great realm had its own unique laws of heaven and earth. They were all different and unique. Given his current spiritual force cultivation, he could already sense the aura on the other side of the spatial crack. "I will leave for a period of time. Wait for me to return." After saying that, Gu Fei disappeared into the void, leaving behind a dumbfounded crowd. "What's going on?" Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven asked in confusion. His cultivation was not as high as Gu Fei's, so he could not sense the situation on the other side of the spatial crack at all. It was the same for the other infinite primes. Even Yen Wu, whose cultivation was on par with Gu Fei, could not sense the aura on the other side of the spatial crack. After Gu Fei disappeared, the spatial crack in the sky above the void realm disappeared. It was as if the spatial crack had never appeared. Could it be? It can't be. I seem to have missed something. The limitless demon lord, Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven, and the limitless Sword Master seemed to have thought of something. The Emperor and Mo-ing were the same. They were dumbfounded again. That spatial crack seemed very familiar. They couldn't help but recall the incident they had encountered in the limitless realm back then. They had all encountered the same thing. They had been swallowed by the spatial crack that had suddenly appeared and arrived in the void realm. Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven had walked into the spatial crack by himself. He had also arrived in the void realm through the spatial crack. Uft! After the limitless demon lord understood, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The others also pounded their chests. At this moment, in the easternmost part of the limitless realm, in the territory of the East Moon Empire, a terrifying aura suddenly surged out of the spatial crack above Flying Cloud City. A terrifying figure walked out of the spatial crack. This person was Sacred Lord Void Sky. Sacred Lord Void Sky walked out of the spatial crack. This is the territory of the Limitless Emperor? Sacred Lord Void Sky was stunned after walking out of the spatial crack. She did not expect to appear in the easternmost part. The easternmost part was the territory of the Limitless Emperor. The Limitless Emperor was the #1 expert of the easternmost and the ruler of the easternmost. All forces and people in the easternmost had to submit to him. He was the supreme existence that controlled the life and death of all living beings in the easternmost area. A bunch of ants fighting? Sacred Lord Void Sky looked down from above. Everyone on the ground was an ant in her eyes. Under Sacred Lord Void Sky's aura, everyone in the Flying Cloud City lay on the ground. Only 2 people stood in the plaza in front of the city Lord's residence. They were the clones of the Fatty and Gufei. Even Sword Master Dong Yu was trembling on the ground. Chapter 5702. Sacred Lord Void Sky's sudden appearance stunned Gufei's clone. He didn't think that he would meet the enemy that almost killed his main body at this time and in this sort of situation. Back then, this guy stabbed his main body in the back in order to break the boundary of the everlasting realm. If his main body hadn't cultivated the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, he would have died. Gufei's clone clenched his fists tightly as he stared at Sacred Master Void Sky, who was standing high up in the sky with a domineering expression. Gufei's clone clenched his fists tightly as he stared at Sacred Master Void Sky. His eyes were really red at this moment. At this moment, everyone in the entire Flying Cloud City apart from Gufei's clone and the Fatty were trembling on the ground under the terrifying pressure of Sacred Lord Void Sky. Everyone was terrified to the extreme. This was the terror of an everlasting realm existence. Sacred Lord Void Sky had only unintentionally revealed a trace of his aura, but it was enough to suppress the world and make all living beings tremble. It was as if he only needed a finger to crush the sky and earth. "Kid, you're quite interesting. I seem to have met you before." Sacred Lord Void Sky noticed a young man on the plaza below. This young man's aura was very similar to the person he was familiar with. However, that person definitely wouldn't appear in the everlasting realm. This was because he knew how difficult it was to break the boundary of the everlasting realm. If he hadn't met that person and used him, he wouldn't have been able to return to the everlasting realm. As for the person who was used by him, he should be completely dead. In Sacred Lord Void Sky's eyes, no one could have survived that kind of situation. Sacred Lord Void Sky didn't feel guilty for killing Gufei. He didn't feel guilty at all. In order to return to the everlasting realm, he would do anything. He would even do something to his senior brother, Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven. How could he do anything to Gufei? He only had himself. As long as he could live, it didn't matter to him whether others lived or died. This was Sacred Lord Void Sky. Therefore, Sacred Lord Void Sky thought that Gufei had died completely. However, he had never imagined that Gufei would be able to survive in such a perilous situation. Not only that, but he had also recovered his cultivation, and it was even stronger than before. When Gufei's clone saw Sacred Master Void Sky, he almost couldn't help but charge forward. However, he quickly endured it because the gap between him and Sacred Master Su Tian was too great. Her opponent was like a giant dragon in the sky, while he was just an insignificant ant on the ground. A dragon's spit could drown countless ants. This was the difference between Gu Fei's clone and sacred Master Void Sky. I must endure. This little fatty looks a little familiar. Who is Sword Master Immeasurable to you? Sacred Lord Void Sky's gaze landed on the fatty beside Gu Fei. Immeasurable, immeasurable. Sword Master? Mr. Jean, the successor of the Golden Sun's sacred ground, almost fainted when he heard this. That was the founding ancestor of the immeasurable sword sect. He was an infinite prime. However, the founding ancestor of the immeasurable sword sect had disappeared for countless years. No one knew where he went or what he was doing. If the Sword Master Immeasurable was still around, the entire East Pole wouldn't belong to the Immeasurable Emperor. However, even if the Sword Master Immeasurable was missing, the Immeasurable Sword Sect was still one of the strongest superpowers in the East Pole. However, the Immeasurable Sword Sect had no choice but to submit to the Immeasurable Emperor. I don't even know what you're talking about, the fatty said in disdain. Humph. Sacred Lord Su Tian, who was in the sky, had a thought. In the next moment, a sword light appeared in the void and slashed at the fatty. A tiny ant dared to disrespect a giant dragon? Kill him. This was because this ant had made Sacred Lord Void Sky unhappy. This sword seemed to be able to split the sky and earth in half. This was the power of splitting open the sky. This was just a thought from Sacred Lord Void Sky. As long as he was willing, he could kill everyone in the Flying Cloud City with just a thought. This was the terror of an infinite prime. They could kill everyone with a thought. If Sacred Lord Void Sky made a move, the fatty would definitely die. However, just as the fatty was about to be sliced in half by the sword light condensed by Sacred Master Su Tian's intent, an illusory figure emerged from the fatty's body. The moment the sword light struck the phantom, it was instantly devoured and absorbed by the phantom. It was as if such a sharp sword light had never appeared before. 10,000 swords return? Sacred Lord Void Sky couldn't help but be surprised. Could the immeasurable sword master's source of sword principle be on the fatty? At this moment, the shadow that suddenly emerged from Fatty's body instantly entered Fatty's body and disappeared in an instant. Sacred Lord Void Sky was moved. The immeasurable sword master's source of sword principle was good stuff. If she could obtain it, her cultivation would definitely increase by a lot. This guy really has a secret. Gu Fei's clone couldn't help but look at the fatty in a different light. He could clearly feel that an extremely strong power had awakened in the fatty's body. However, this power instantly disappeared. It seemed like the fatty couldn't control this power at all. Humph. The fatty was calm. Even in the face of an infinite prime, he was still as calm as an old dog. You're awesome. Gu Fei's clone couldn't help but give the fatty a thumbs up. The guy in the sky was Sacred Lord Void Sky. Little guy, come here. Sacred Lord Void Sky reached out with her right hand and grabbed the fatty below. It was as if the fatty had been grabbed by an invisible hand and was sent flying towards Sacred Lord Su Tian. Old man, don't you have any shame? The fatty scolded. This guy was an amazing infinite prime, but he actually dared to bully a junior. This wasn't something to be proud of. It was simply beneath his status. However, Sacred Lord Void Sky didn't care about face, identity, or status. As long as it was beneficial to him, Sacred Lord Void Sky would do it. Sacred Lord Void Sky didn't say anything, but her eyes became as cold as lightning. He grabbed Fatty's neck and lifted him up in his hand. As expected, haha, the immeasurable old ghost source of Sword Tao is actually on you. Sacred Lord Void Sky felt great. So what if it's on me? Can you take it away? The fatty mocked. However, the fatty immediately felt that something was wrong. Sacred Lord Su Tian grabbed the fatty's neck with her left hand, and the fingers of her right hand clasped onto the fatty's head. A ball of divine light that emitted a terrifying wave of sword way immediately appeared on the top of the fatty's head. It was about to be forcibly taken away. Ha ha! Sacred Lord Void Sky laughed arrogantly. How is this possible? The fatty was stunned. The opponent's cultivation had exceeded his expectations. She could actually take away the source of sword Tao in his body. However, just as Sacred Lord Void Sky was about to succeed, a fist suddenly appeared and smashed onto Sacred Lord Void Sky's face. Chapter 5703. The fatty didn't believe that this fella who had just walked out of the spatial crack would be able to take away the sword Tao source in his body. However, when Sacred Lord Void Sky tried to take away his sword Tao source, he realized that he had severely underestimated this fella. Sacred Lord Void Sky immediately took control of the fatty's sword Tao source. The sword Tao source, which contained boundless sword Tao energy, appeared above the plate's head and was about to be devoured by Sacred Lord Void Sky. The fatty was both shocked and furious. At this moment, he was completely restrained by Sacred Lord Void Sky's power. He couldn't even move a finger. I'm really done for this time. The fatty was in despair. He didn't want to lose his sword Tao source, nor did he want to die. If he lost the protection of the sword Tao source, the fatty would be instantly killed by Sacred Lord Void Sky's aura. The presence of an infinite prime had reached an unimaginable level. With the fatty's cultivation, it was impossible for him to endure such pressure. However, at this critical moment, a fist suddenly appeared without any warning and smashed into Sacred Master Su Tian's face. The sound of bones breaking could be heard as Sacred Lord Void Sky's face caved in. Bam! With a muffled sound, Sacred Master Su Tian let go of the fatty and was sent flying thousands of miles away. Boom! She smashed through a mountain peak, and then another boom! She smashed through a second mountain peak. After smashing through 8 mountains, Sacred Master Void Sky finally stopped retreating. She was instantly buried by the rubble and sand from the countless mountains that had been blasted apart. Is this all you've got? A figure seemed to walk out of the void and directly appeared in front of everyone. It was a masked man in black clothes. Since he was masked, it meant that he didn't want to be recognized. Thank you for saving my life. I will definitely repay you. The fatty bowed to the masked man with a solemn expression. Meanwhile, Gufei's clone stared at the masked man in black. He knew who it was because he had a soul connection with this person. Why would my main body appear here? Could it be that my main body has found the passageway or method to enter the limitless realm? Gufei's clone was pleasantly surprised. With the arrival of his main body, he didn't care about anyone other than the beginning extreme Dharch. In other words, with the arrival of the main body, there was no longer any reason for him to continue existing as a clone. At this moment, in the void of Gufei's clone's sea of consciousness, Wang Zhan's spirit was still undergoing all sorts of tempering. His spirit was gradually becoming stronger. Moreover, even though he was cultivating in the form of his soul, it was extremely real. It was no different from personally experiencing it. Only a powerful soul could control a powerful Taoist body. Gufei's clone had been training Wang Zhan, allowing him to control his own body. Roar! Wang Zhan's divine soul was in an endless mountain forest. He stood on a huge beast and roared towards the sky. A terrifying aura erupted from his body. In the surrounding forest, the roars of countless beasts could be heard. Huge silhouettes charged towards Wang Zhan's divine soul from all directions. This scene was created by Gufei's clone in the sea of consciousness. This place was like a real great world. Looks like it's time to return your body to you. A voice rang out in the vast sea of consciousness. Master, I don't think I'm strong enough. I hope I can continue cultivating here. Wang Zhan said loudly, if you can pass the final test, you will be qualified to be my disciple. The voice continued. At this moment, powerful silhouettes charged towards Wang Zhan from all directions. Every silhouette was extremely powerful. They were the terrifying beasts in the forest. A total of 12 wild beasts instantly arrived at Wang Zhan's location and pounced towards him at the same time. All of them were ferocious and terrifying to the extreme. Ha ha ha! Come on, all of you! Wang Zhan roared and leaped towards one of the wild beasts. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into a terrifying wild beast. A great battle broke out. This was Wang Zhan's last battle in the Sea of Consciousness. If he defeated these 12 beasts, he would become Gu Fei's disciple. If he lost, he would not be qualified to become Gu Fei's disciple. However, Gu Fei would return Wang Zhan's Taoist body to him. Perhaps he would even impart a few unique techniques to him. From then on, Gu Fei would have nothing to do with him. However, Wang Zhan had to become Gu Fei's disciple. This was because he knew what he wanted. Only by becoming Gu Fei's disciple would he be able to obtain what he wanted. He wanted to become stronger. He wanted to become so strong that he could obtain everything he wanted with his own 2 hands. In the limitless realm, only the strong would be respected. Therefore, he had to defeat these 12 beasts. He had to defeat them. He had to defeat them. Wang Zhan attacked crazily and directly twisted the head of one of the beasts. However, his left shoulder was bitten by another beast, and a piece of flesh was torn off. Blood flowed everywhere. Although he was in the form of a spirit, he could still feel pain. It was as if he was really fighting with a beast of flesh and blood. The scene was extremely realistic. Bang! He directly punched the beast and sent it flying. However, the other beasts had already pounced on him. Soon, he was drowned by the figures of those beasts. Meanwhile, in the outside world, roar! An angry roar came from thousands of miles away. A terrifying sound wave mixed with a powerful aura spread out in all directions. Wherever the sound wave passed, everything was destroyed. This destructive power was terrifying to the extreme. Mountain peaks were directly turned into ashes, and the powerful creatures in the mountain ridges were instantly destroyed in body and soul. The destructive power directly swept towards the Flying Cloud City. There were countless humans in the Flying Cloud City. If they were affected by this destructive power, the entire Flying Cloud City would be instantly turned into ashes. Sacred Lord Su Tian was really angry. The black-clothed, masked man in the sky couldn't help but frown when he saw this. At this moment, the energy storm was rapidly approaching the Flying Cloud City. The black-clothed, masked man waved his right hand. A large seal immediately flew out from his hand and directly floated in the sky above the Flying Cloud City. An extreme Tao-level power surged down from the seal and enveloped the entire Flying Cloud City in an instant. Rumble, the mighty destructive storm directly collided with the protective shield formed by the power of the extreme level of the seal. The entire shield started to shake. The destructive storm was actually blocked. In just a few breaths' time, the area within thousands of miles became a land of silence. All life was wiped out, and billions of living creatures were directly killed. Within thousands of miles, billions of living creatures were all ants. Of course, the Flying Cloud City was an exception. Who is this guy? He's so powerful. Could it be that the Limitless Emperor has arrived? In the city, the fatty who had escaped from Sacred Lord Su Tian stared at the black-clothed masked man in the sky and muttered to himself. Chapter 5704. That's right, Gu Fei had come. However, he didn't want Sacred Master Void Sky to know that he had come to the Unbounded Realm. After all, he didn't understand the situation of the Unbounded Realm at all. However, he knew that the waters of the Unbounded Realm were deeper than those of any other world. After all, this was the Unbounded Realm. After all, the Unbounded Realm was the largest and most perfect world among all the great realms. After all, the life forms that were born in this supreme world would definitely be extremely powerful. After all, this was a legendary world where there was no death. Of course, there was no death here because all the life forms in the Unbounded Realm had extremely long lifespans. As long as they didn't court death, they would be able to live on forever. However, this so-called immortality seemed to have changed. As the ancient city that had been sealed in the 5 extremes broke free, the life forms in the vicinity of the ancient city started to die of old age. This caused panic in the unbounded realm. After all, for billions of years, all the life forms in the unbounded realm had thought that they had an endless lifespan. Although they would grow and age, they wouldn't die. To be more precise, they wouldn't die naturally. However, people were actually dying of old age in the unbounded realm now. This made all the life forms in the unbounded realm extremely afraid. Many people believed that a force was breaking the balance of the unbounded realm. Even the super antiques couldn't sit still anymore. Gu Fei, who had just arrived, did not know that the limitless realm was currently undergoing an unprecedented change. The moment he arrived in the limitless realm, he was shocked by how different this world was. The laws of the unbounded realm were very strange. They didn't suppress the cultivation of an outsider like him. Moreover, the laws of the unbounded realm didn't seem to be singular. This was interesting. This was something that Gu Fei had never encountered before. He had been to many great realms in the past, and the laws of those great realms were unique. However, this wasn't the case in the unbounded realm. This exceeded Gu Fei's understanding. Arg, who the hell are you? At this moment, Sacred Master Void Sky, who had been sent flying by Gu Fei's fist, roared as she shot into the sky. Terrifying energy fluctuations emanating from his body swept across the sky and the earth. A terrifying energy storm swept out in all directions. Wherever this energy storm passed, it destroyed everything. Countless living beings were killed in body and soul, and even a thick layer of the ground was shaved off. Gu Fei immediately used the Chaos Seal to protect the Flying Cloud City below. As the energy storm swept past, the mountains near Flying Cloud City were directly turned into ashes. The ground sank thousands of feet. All living creatures died. This energy storm swept through the surrounding area of hundreds of thousands of miles. Billions of living beings were turned into ashes, and billions of areas became forbidden zones for living beings. In this region of hundreds of thousands of miles, there stood a lonely ancient city. Flying Cloud City instantly looked like being in the clouds. The surrounding mountains and woods had all disappeared. Half a mile away from the city wall, there was a 1,000-jong-high cliff. This square seal, how is this possible? Sacred Lord Void Sky stared at the seal floating in the air and was shocked. Wasn't this the boundless Tao treasure that Gu Fei had refined? Why was it in this person's hands? Sacred Lord Void Sky activated his mystic arts, and Tao patterns interweaved in his eyes. He wanted to see through the source of this black-robed man. However, he was disappointed. Even if he activated his mystic arts with all his might, the other party's body seemed to be shrouded in a layer of fog. He couldn't see anything at all. You, Sacred Lord Void Sky's expression changed. However, he did not think that Gu Fei would be able to survive in such a situation where death was certain. This fellow couldn't be Gu Fei. Back then, Sacred Lord Void Sky had stabbed Gu Fei in the back in order to break through the realm wall of the boundless realm. She had squeezed out all of Gu Fei's energy. If he could survive like that, then he must have seen a ghost. Gu Fei didn't say anything. He directly put up a fist. In the next moment, his aura changed drastically. Powerful energy waves spread in all directions, and even the void shook. If one looked closely, they could see that countless hair-thin spatial cracks had appeared in the void around him. At this moment, everyone in the Flying Cloud City looked at the two terrifying figures in the sky in fear. It was everyone's first time seeing such supreme existences. It was also everyone's first time seeing the terror of such supreme existences. This was truly the annihilation of all lives with a single thought. This was also the reason why infinite primes didn't make a move easily. Once such existences started fighting, the consequences would be very severe. This was because the destructive power of such existences was just too shocking. Other than Gu Fei's doppelganger and the fatty, everyone else was trembling in fear. Everyone was terrified to the extreme. Dongyue Shui, Dongyue Yuanliang, and the other members of the Dongyue royal family also became extremely insignificant at this moment. In the eyes of sacred Lord Void Sky, these people were all ants. Is this the legendary Infinite Primes? Dongyue Shui lay on the ground beside Gu Fei's clone and said with a trembling voice, "It's too terrifying," Dongyue Yuanliang stuttered. Even Mr. Jean was speechless at this moment. The higher one's cultivation, the greater the suppression. On the contrary, the commoners in the city who didn't have any cultivation were the least affected. Go to hell! Feeling the pressure from Gu Fei, sacred Lord Void Sky actually felt uneasy like never before. This feeling made him very unhappy. Sacred Lord Void Sky directly threw a punch at Gu Fei. Rumble! The entire heaven and earth shook under sacred Lord Void Sky's fist. Pitch-black spatial cracks instantly extended from his fist, like bolts of black lightning wreaking havoc in all directions. The ground was directly swept by a spatial crack, and a bottomless abyss thousands of kilometers long appeared on the ground. Several spatial cracks rushed towards Gu Fei. Everyone was stunned. The power of this punch could simply be described as apocalyptic. Even space itself was almost destroyed. The moment these spatial cracks got close to Gu Fei, they directly disappeared into the void as if they were never there in the first place. The powerful fist force surged towards Gu Fei. Such a powerful fist force seemed to be able to crush everything. However, Gu Fei still maintained a stance and had no intention of attacking at all. Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, sacred Lord Void Sky's powerful fist force actually disappeared in an instant. It completely disappeared. How is this possible? Sacred Master Su Tian's shock was not small at all. At this moment, a mysterious figure appeared silently in the distant sky. Chapter 5705. Gu Fei had come. He had hidden his identity, so Sacred Lord Su Tian didn't recognize him. Sacred Lord Su Tian was stunned by Gu Fei's punch, and he was enraged. He punched out at Gu Fei, and the violent fist energy shook the heavens and earth. Even the sky cracked under Sacred Lord Su Tian's fist. Pitch-black spatial cracks spread out in all directions like black lightning bolts, destroying everything in their path. However, all the terrifying destructive power disappeared the moment it touched Gu Fei's body. It disappeared without a trace, which made Sacred Lord Su Tian extremely shocked. How is this possible? Sacred Lord Su Tian couldn't believe it. He was a peak infinite prime, but someone could easily dissolve his fist force. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. At this moment, the aura of an infinite prime filled the sky. All living beings trembled under this supreme pressure. They were extremely terrified. Gu Fei didn't say anything. He just threw a punch at Sacred Lord Su Tian. This punch looked very ordinary, but all the power of heaven and earth seemed to be attracted by Gu Fei's punch and gathered on his fist. Boom! The air shook and spatial cracks appeared once more. The number of spatial cracks that appeared this time was much more than the number of spatial cracks that Sacred Lord Void Sky had created with that punch. This was an invincible punch that pressed forward with an indomitable will. How dare you! Sacred Lord Su Tian roared and attacked crazily. Endless infinite prime power exploded from his body. Countless Tao patterns appeared in the sky. Every Tao pattern gave off a brilliant light of the Great Path. This was the supreme power of an infinite prime. Countless Tao patterns intertwined to form a huge palm that smashed at Gu Fei. Boom! With a loud bang, Gu Fei's fist collided with Sacred Lord Su Tian's palm of the Great Path. A thunderclap reverberated high up in the sky, causing the entire world to tremble. A destructive aura descended from the sky. Even Flying Cloud City, which was protected by the boundless chaos seal, was shaken by the energy wave that erupted. The entire Flying Cloud City began to shake. Countless people in the city were terrified to the extreme. If it wasn't for the boundless chaos seal that protected the entire Flying Cloud City, the entire city would have been turned into ashes, and everyone in the city would have perished. Buzz! Above the Flying Cloud City, the boundless primal chaos seal was vibrating. An even more powerful energy wave was emitted from the seal, blocking the energy storm. At this moment, in the sea of consciousness that Gu Fei's clone had evolved, a bloodied man was standing on top of a pile of savage beast corpses in a boundless forest. There were wounds all over his body, and some of them were so deep that his bones could be seen. His left arm hung limply, and blood dripped onto the ground. Wang Zhan stood shakily, as if he could fall at any time. However, he did not fall. I didn't fall. Did I win? Did I pass? Wang Zhan raised his head and looked at the sky, his eyes filled with determination. You passed. You are qualified to be my disciple. After a while, a voice rang in Wang Zhan's mind. The next moment, Wang Zhan felt the scenery around him change rapidly. Then he realized that he was standing in a public square, and the people around him were lying on the ground, trembling. Only a fatty was standing next to him. He saw that the fatty was looking up at the sky, so he also looked up. Ah! Wang Zhan exclaimed as soon as his divine telekinesis left his body. He felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on him, and he almost fell to the ground as well. The mighty pressure from the two figures in the sky caused his soul to tremble. All right, I'll return your body to you. Gu Fei's divine telekinesis voice rang in Wang Zhan's mind. Thank you, Master. Wang Zhan was extremely excited. He was very surprised that his master had returned him a divine-level Taoist body. Would he be able to control this power? He was a little worried, but he quickly calmed down. If he could not even do this, how could he become a formidable person? Wang Zhan quickly adjusted his mentality. Brother, I'm scared with you there. At this moment, a voice came from the carriage in the distance. Sister? Wang Zhan rushed forward and opened the door of the carriage. He saw his sister and mother hugging each other and trembling. They were clearly scared out of their wits. Don't worry, we'll be fine. Wang Zhan immediately felt relieved when he saw his mother and sister. As long as his mother and sister were fine, good days were coming. As long as they reached the East Moon royal capital, they would no longer have to live in fear. He was very confident in the master he had just become. At this moment, a loud sound came from the sky. The entire sky seemed like it was about to collapse. Two figures were sent flying high up in the sky. Terrifying black spatial cracks appeared in the sky and spread into the distance. The two supreme cultivators had finally started fighting. This is my goal. Wang Zhan looked at the battle in the sky and felt his blood boil, shattering the void with a flick of a finger and destroying the universe with a raise of a palm. Such an existence was his goal of cultivation. He also wanted to become such a supreme existence. You're quite ambitious. At this moment, the fatty came to Wang Zhan's side. At this moment, a piece of memory suddenly appeared in Wang Zhan's mind. Then, he knew everything that had happened in the past few days. Meanwhile, Gu Fei's consciousness was still attached to Wang Zhan's body. If Gu Fei's consciousness wanted to return to his body, he would have to wait for Gu Fei and sacred Lord Void Sky to finish. This was because the ultimate chaos seal had already sealed the entire Flying Cloud City. What's the difference between a person without ambition and a salted fish? Wang Zhan glanced at the fatty and said, Ah, you seem to make a lot of sense. The fatty was stunned when he heard this. Bam! Boom! Shocking sounds came from the sky. The fatty and Wang Zhan were attracted by the battle in the sky. However, Gu Fei and sacred Lord Void Sky's speed was simply too fast. With their current cultivation, if Gu Fei and sacred Lord Void Sky didn't stop, they wouldn't even be able to catch a glimpse of their shadows. High up in the sky, the two figures suddenly stopped. Who are you? Sacred Lord Void Sky was about to go crazy. His nose had collapsed, his eyes were swollen, and all his teeth had been knocked out. He had basically been beaten into a pig's head by Gu Fei. Sacred Lord Void Sky, who was originally a peerless expert, was now in a very bad state. Moreover, what made Sacred Lord Void Sky so depressed was that he did not know who had beaten him into a pig's head. My dog-beating fist technique is not bad, right? Gu Fei, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, Dog-beating, PFFF. Chapter 5706. Sacred Lord Void Sky spat out a mouthful of blood because of Gu Fei. He had never imagined that someone in the unbounded realm could defeat him. How was this possible? His cultivation state had already broken through to the peak of the peerless state. This was the peak of the peerless state. Sacred Lord Void Sky had originally been very confident, but now he had lost his confidence after being beaten up by Gu Fei. He had thought that he would be able to do whatever he wanted in the unbounded realm after returning. But reality was very cruel. There were now 5 big shots in the unbounded realm. Every single one of them was at least as strong as him. Therefore, Sacred Lord Void Sky went into hiding after returning to the unbounded realm. He had been away from the unbounded realm for a long time, so he would not make a move before he understood the situation in the unbounded realm. Moreover, no one knew how many unbounded primes were hiding in the unbounded realm. These super antiques were the strongest and scariest. The 5 extreme emperors were only experts of one realm on the surface. Sacred Lord Void Sky only made a move after spending a lot of time to understand the situation in the unbounded realm. He returned to his previous sect, but it had disappeared a long time ago. The original location of his sect had become a dangerous place that no one dared to set foot in. Sacred Lord Void Sky was shocked to see a huge palm print when he looked down at his sect. His sect was actually annihilated by a single palm strike. The person who had destroyed Sacred Lord Void Sky's sect was the Extreme East Emperor, the Extreme Beginning Emperor. The reason Sacred Lord Void Sky came to the East Pole was to find the limitless Extreme Emperor for revenge. He had wanted to challenge the Extreme East Emperor for a long time. This was the reason he had made a move. He had to take revenge for the destruction of his sect. Unfortunately, he had met Gu Fei the moment he broke through the void and appeared in the extreme east. Gu Fei had changed his aura and covered his face. Sacred Lord Void Sky had no idea that he was still alive. After all, there was no way that Gu Fei could have survived in the past. I'm going to kill you. Sacred Lord Su Tian was beaten into a pig's head by Gu Fei, and this made him go crazy. He roared and leapt at Gu Fei with a savage expression. Just as he was about to pounce on Gu Fei, his figure suddenly became blurry. Then, countless black shadows appeared in the void and surrounded Gu Fei in an instant. Kill! Countless black shadows roared and attacked Gu Fei at the same time. It was as if there were countless sacred Lord Void Heavens attacking Gu Fei from all directions, sealing off all of Gu Fei's escape routes. Only the sword reigned supreme. Gu Fei's body shook. In the next moment, countless sword lights rushed out from his body. Sword lights rushed out from every pore on his body. Countless sword lights shot out from Gu Fei's body and pierced through Sacred Master Su Tian's shadow that was coming from all directions. In an instant, all of Sacred Lord Void Sky shadows were pierced by the sword lights and disappeared in the void. Sword path! Sacred Lord Void Sky's real body was already close to Gu Fei, but the sword lights that rushed out from Gu Fei's body pierced through it. He had no choice but to retreat. This was because an even stronger sword path power had exploded from Gu Fei's body. The bright sword lights lit up the entire sky. The sword lights connected the sky and the ground, piercing through the sky. The terrifying sword wave spread out in all directions, destroying everything in its path. This Sacred Lord Void Sky was so scared that cold sweat poured down his back. Luckily, he had retreated quickly. Otherwise, if he had been hit by the sword wave, Even if he didn't die, he would have lost a layer of skin. Buzz! The void vibrated, and the sword wave was vast. Countless spatial cracks appeared in the void. At this moment, the infinite grade sword source power in the fatty's body actually started to vibrate as if it was going to rush out of his body. Could you be the infinite sword master? Sacred Lord Void Sky exclaimed. In the infinite realm, there weren't many supreme existences who were number one in the sword path. In the distant past, the number of people who could comprehend the way of the sword and reach infinite prime could be counted on one hand. The infinite sword master, who had created the infinite sword sect, was one of them. The other was the infinite sword master, who was also a sword maniac. However, these two people had disappeared one after the other. No one knew where they went, and no one knew if they were dead or alive. Apart from the two supreme infinite primes, there was only the one from the Gu family who possessed the laws of the sword in the infinite world. The Gu family was a cultivation family that had existed for countless years. It was also one of the most ancient families in the infinite realm. Furthermore, it was a hidden family that wouldn't appear in front of everyone. However, no one had dared to look down on the Gu family since ancient times. This was because those who looked down on the Gu family were all killed by the Gu family. That person from the Gu family definitely wouldn't appear in the East Pole. This was because the area where the Gu family was located was in big trouble. The Gu family didn't have the time to care about anything else. The dazzling sword light suddenly disappeared as if it had never been there. All the power of the sword path had been perfectly absorbed by Gu Fei into his body. At this moment, he was the sword and the sword was him. You win. Sacred Lord Void Sky didn't even think before tearing open space and stepping into the crack in space. She instantly disappeared. Gu Fei didn't chase after him. He was just collecting some interest from Sacred Lord Void Sky today. Wouldn't it be too easy for him to kill this guy so easily? The other reason why Gu Fei didn't chase after Sacred Lord Void Sky was because he sensed the figure in the sky. It was an existence that made even Gu Fei feel threatened. Fellow Taoist, you're very skilled. At this moment, the person in the sky suddenly spoke. You're not bad yourself. You were watching from the side, and I didn't notice you immediately. Impressive. Gu Fei said to the figure in the sky, I am the limitless Emperor. Taoist, would you give me face and come to my place for a drink? The figure said. What Gu Fei was shocked. He didn't think that he would meet Sacred Lord Void Sky and the Limitless Emperor as soon as he arrived in the Limitless Realm. You are the Limitless Emperor? Gu Fei was stunned. He killed one of the clones of the Limitless Emperor. The Limitless Emperor didn't even know that Gu Fei was the one who killed his clone. Although Gu Fei was shocked, he still looked as calm as a primordial divine mountain. This was because the beginning Extreme Emperor did not know that it was Gu Fei who had killed his clone that had gone to the lower realm with much difficulty. Sending an incarnation out of the limitless realm was definitely not an easy task. What? Taoist, are you not going to give me face? The Limitless Emperor said calmly. Sure, Gu Fei said. Haha, please. Chapter 5707. Gu Fei's real body came to the boundless realm and beat up Sacred Lord Void Sky, alerting the Boundless Emperor. The Boundless Emperor didn't know that it was Gu Fei who had destroyed his clone. Otherwise, the Boundless Emperor wouldn't have been so polite to Gu Fei. Gu Fei gladly accepted the Boundless Emperor's invitation. The 5 extreme emperors of the Boundless Realm were all ruthless people. Any one of them was an ancient being. They didn't rely on luck to become extreme emperors. Gu Fei's current cultivation had already broken through to the extreme earth realm. 1,000 years ago, he was at the pinnacle of the extreme mortal realm. After coming to the limitless realm, his cultivation had finally reached the point where it flowed naturally, without any obstruction. He directly broke through to the beginner level of the extreme earth realm. The peak of the boundless realm referred to the peak of the extreme mortal realm. The boundless realm was split into the extreme mortal realm, extreme earth realm, extreme heaven realm, extreme sage realm, extreme emperor realm, and ultimate realm. Each realm was further split into beginner, intermediate, advanced, and peak stages. Sacred Lord Void Sky had also reached the extreme Earth realm, but she still couldn't beat Gu Fei. Although the Boundless Emperor wasn't a true extreme Emperor realm, he was still a very strong person in the extreme Heaven realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to become an extreme Emperor and rule over the entire extreme East realm. The difference between Gu Fei and the Boundless Emperor wasn't small. However, he could see the Boundless Emperor's cultivation level, but the Boundless Emperor couldn't. This was why the Boundless Emperor was so careful. One had to know that this guy had just beaten an extreme Earth realm cultivator away. To be able to beat an extreme Earth realm cultivator away, one had to be at least at the peak of the extreme Earth realm. This was why the Boundless Emperor thought so highly of Gu Fei. However, he didn't expect that Gu Fei was only at the initial stage of the extreme Earth realm. Sacred Lord Void Sky thought that she was strong enough to do whatever she wanted in the Boundless realm. She believed that her cultivation level was the strongest in the Boundless realm. But the truth was that he had been slapped in the face by Gu Fei. It was no wonder that Sacred Lord Su Tian felt that he was already standing at the peak of the limitless realm with his cultivation. However, that was something that happened countless years ago. Countless years had passed, and the power structure of the limitless realm had already changed. In particular, there were quite a few super old-timers who had broken through to the legendary Extreme Heaven stage. Before Sacred Lord Void Sky left the Infinite Realm, the Extreme Earth Realm was the strongest existence in the Infinite Realm. It was the highest realm that an Infinite Prime could reach, the peak of cultivation. Thus, Sacred Lord Void Sky thought that he was very powerful. However, who would have thought that there were plenty of antiques in the Everlasting Realm that could beat him like a dog? Who the hell is that guy? Sacred Lord Void Sky immediately ran out of the easternmost region. He was like a dog that had lost its home and didn't dare to stay. However, he couldn't figure out who had defeated him no matter how hard he racked his brain. Gu Fei did not reveal his true identity. I don't care who he is. Just wait till I get my hands on that thing. Humph. Everyone who offends me will die. Sacred Lord Void Sky said through gritted teeth. Swoosh! His figure disappeared into the void again. When he reappeared, he was already billions of miles away. This was the power of infinite primes. They could traverse hundreds of millions of kilometers with a single thought. In the infinite realm, there was no teleportation array that could match the speed of an infinite prime. Moreover, no one was willing to spend so much effort to create an infinite prime teleportation array. One had to know that activating an infinite prime teleportation array would require a huge amount of energy. This wasn't something that ordinary sects could afford. Sacred Lord Void Sky headed straight for the North Pole of the Infinite Realm. He wanted to obtain an item that would allow him to do whatever he wanted in the Infinite Realm. With this item, even the 5 Extreme Emperors would have to obediently submit to him. If they didn't submit, he would destroy them all. While Sacred Lord Void Sky was heading to the North Pole, Gu Fei was invited to the Extreme Emperor's palace by the Extreme Emperor's invitation. After passing through the light gate formed by a layer of restrictive spells, Gu Fei felt his eyes light up. What he saw was a divine mountain surrounded by spiritual energy floating in the void. On every divine mountain, there were pavilions, terraces, and pavilions. There were celestial birds flying in the sky, and celestial beasts roamed the mountains from time to time. Many powerful auras radiated from every sacred mountain. It was obvious that there were experts cultivating on every sacred mountain. The spirit chi of heaven and earth was extremely dense. One could see spirit chi flickering in the air at any time. The sacred mountains, in particular, were surrounded by spirit chi. This was a true blessed land. Taoist, you must have gathered all the spirit chi of heaven and earth in the entire East Pole here, right? Gu Fei exclaimed. Taoist, you have good eyes. This place is definitely the #1 holy land in the East Pole. The Extreme Emperor smiled. He was a little proud. He had managed this place for countless years. It wasn't easy for him to reach this scale. It truly lives up to its name. Gu Fei nodded. To have such a holy land, it was no wonder the Extreme Emperor could become the ruler of the East Pole. With his background, wouldn't it be child's play for him to train countless loyal subordinates? One should know that in a place like this, where the spirit chi of heaven and earth was concentrated, even a pig that was thrown here could become an immortal after some time. Actually, at the Extreme Emperor's place, spiritual objects would occasionally develop intelligence and transform into human forms. The 13th disciple of the Extreme Emperor was a celestial stone. "Welcome back, Master." Just then, a group of people came from afar. These people were wearing immortal robes and had star crowns on their heads. Every single one of them was surrounded by immortal chi, and the heavenly light of the great path appeared behind their heads. Every movement they made was extraordinary. The two people at the front were a man and a woman. The man was extremely handsome, while the woman's beauty was out of the world. Of course, in the cultivation world, as long as one was successful in cultivation, not many would be ugly. Everyone was handsome and beautiful. The reason was very simple. Those who were successful in their cultivation could change their appearance at will. And naturally, everyone liked beautiful things. No matter where you were, appearance was very important. Everyone wanted to be beautiful. Come, let me introduce you. This is my first disciple, Yuan Gu. This is my second disciple, Lingxi. This is... The Extreme Emperor introduced them one by one. Of his 13 disciples, 5 were here. The others were not in the Extreme Emperor's sacred ground. Yuan Gu? When Gu Fei heard this name, he was shocked. His eyes sparkled. He was not unfamiliar with this name. Wasn't the Heaven Realm's Eastern Emperor Xian called Yuan Gu? Was there a connection between the two? Heaven Realm's Eastern Emperor Xian Yuan Gu was the most mysterious existence in the Heaven Realm. Even today, Gu Fei did not know what this Eastern Emperor Xian looked like. Gu Fei's gaze fell on Yuan Gu. This person was the first disciple of the Extreme Emperor. He was also very powerful, a half-step unbounded being. However, this person was in the unbounded realm. It was impossible for him to appear in the Heaven Realm. However, nothing was absolute. Weren't Sacred Lord Void Sky, Sacred Lord Chaotic Sky, Sword Master Wuji, and Demon Master Wuji from the unbounded realm? Didn't they appear in the lower realm? Friend, please follow me. After the introduction, the Extreme Emperor brought Gu Fei to the Extreme Emperor Palace. Chapter 5708. When Gu Fei's main body went to the Extreme Emperor Palace, the people in Flying Cloud City were troubled. They discovered that they were trapped in Flying Cloud City. The city was surrounded by cliffs thousands of meters high. It was impossible for ordinary people to leave Flying Cloud City. Of course, that was except for those Earth-rank cultivators who could soar and fly in the sky. Because Earth-rank cultivators could control the spiritual chi of the world and fly in the sky, they could naturally enter and leave Flying Cloud City freely. The problem was that there were not many people in Flying Cloud City who could cultivate above the Earth rank. In other words, most people were trapped in Flying Cloud City. This was the result of the battle between Gu Fei and Sacred Lord Void Sky. Moreover, Gu Fei had not taken away the seal of chaos floating above Flying Cloud City. That was to guard against Sacred Lord Void Sky. That guy was despicable. At this moment, the city lord of Flying Cloud City, Chen Outyan, was released. Dong Yue Yuanliang and Mr. Jin became prisoners and were directly thrown into a prison carriage. Dong Yue Shui directly controlled the entire Flying Cloud City. Fatty and Wang Zhan were even more valued by Dong Yue Shui. Right now, Dong Yue Shui was doing her best to curry favor with the two of them. Both of them were people from the heavens. As long as she could cling onto their thighs, it would not be difficult for her to even become the empress of the Dongyue Empire, especially Fatty. He was someone who did not even care about first-rate forces like the Shade Mountain Sacred Ground and the Golden Sun Sacred Ground. The battle prowess that Wang Zhan displayed was also worthy of Dongyue Shui's favor. One should know that Wang Zhan was currently at the early divine level. He was someone who could do whatever he wanted in the East Moon Empire. Even in the East Moon Imperial capital, the East Moon Imperial Lord had to personally receive him. In the Endless Realm, only the strong were worthy of respect. Fatty was even more unfathomable. Your Highness, what should we do? Qin Outyin, the city lord of Flying Cloud City, asked Dong Yue Shui, who sat on the throne in the main hall of the city, lord's residence. The current Feiyin city had really become an isolated city. They had already gone out to investigate. With Flying Cloud City as the center, the area within a radius of over 100,000 miles had become a dead land. There was no sign of life in this area. Even if ordinary people could leave the Flying Cloud City, they would not be able to walk out of this desolate land which covered over 100,000 miles. It seemed impossible for them to escort the Overlord War Immortal back to the East Moon Imperial capital. Let's travel light. Dong Yue Shui glanced at the people in the hall and said indifferently. At this moment, she had subdued the guests that Dong Yue Yuanliang brought, greatly increasing her strength. Furthermore, even Sword Master Dong Yue was scared out of his wits and fled without a trace. Gu Fei and Sacred Lord Su Tian naturally would not take a mere Sword Master Dong Yu seriously. After the Battle of the Infinite Powers, Sword Master Dong Yu immediately fled. Gu Fei's strand of spiritual sense was still on Wang Zhan. Now that Wang Zhan had passed the test, he could be considered the first disciple that Gu Fei had accepted in the Infinite Realm. Although this person's talent was not very impressive, it was not impossible to nurture him. Back when Gu Fei was in the Taishan sect, he was seen as trash by his peers and bullied by everyone. However, Gu Fei, that trash, had made it all the way to this day and become an infinite martial exalt. As for those who had mocked and bullied him back then, they had all died a long time ago. Not many of those people had survived until now. In Gu Fei's opinion, talent was important, but the most important thing was one's temperament. How could a person who did not have confidence in himself become an expert? If one's talent was not enough, one could make up for it with hard work. It was impossible to return to the East Moon Imperial capital in style. He could only bring those who could fly and escort the Overlord War Immortal back to the Imperial capital. If he wanted to show off a little, it was not impossible. Wasn't there a city 15 kilometers away from the East Moon Royal Capital? If he stayed in Fallen Moon City for a day, wouldn't a single word from Dong Yue Shui be enough to do whatever he wanted? Thinking of this, Dong Yue Shui's mood improved again. Get ready. We'll leave this place immediately. City Lord Qin, after I leave, Flying Cloud City will depend on you. Dong Yue Shui said to Qin Outyin, Your Highness, this. Qin Outyin was depressed. Flying Cloud City had become an isolated city. There were more than 100,000 people in the city, and it was a huge problem to feed them. This was because they could not find any food around Flying Cloud City. Once the food in the city was depleted, the consequences would be unimaginable. I know what you're worried about. How about this? I'll send a message to the Imperial capital and ask my father to send people to help you. Dong Yue Shui said after a moment of silence. Then I thank your Highness on behalf of the people in the city. Qin Outyin heaved a sigh of relief. The closest city to Flying Cloud City had already been reduced to ashes, and the nearest city was more than 100,000 li away. If they did not receive help, Flying Cloud City would probably become a place even more terrifying than hell. Soon, Dong Yue Shui and the rest were ready to set off in the square in front of the city, Lord's Mansion. This time, less than 200 people would follow Dong Yue Shui out of Flying Cloud City. Wang Zhan, his mother, and sister would naturally follow Dong Yue Shui back to the Imperial capital, followed by Dong Yue Yuanliang's hanger-ons. These people were all experts, so flying in the air was a piece of cake for them. Your Highness, what about these prisoners? Dragon Elephant Barbarian glanced at the dozen sword cultivators and the big guy. These were the people they caught along the way to rescue the prisoners. These people all knelt on the ground, including the hegemonic young lord of the Heaven Tyrant Empire. Hegemonic war god was still locked in the prisoner carriage. Dong Yue Shui, or had locked hegemonic war god, Dong Yue Yuanliang and Mr. Jin together. Apart from the three in the carriage, kill the rest. Dong Yue Shui ordered. What? Dong Yue Shui, are you dare to kill me? I'm a young lord of the Heaven Tyrant Empire. If you dare to kill me, my brother will not let you off. Hearing that Dong Yue Shui wanted to kill him, hegemonic young lord immediately exploded. He did not want to die, so he roared at Dong Yue Shui. Who do you think you are? I don't dare to kill you. Haha, what a joke. I'll kill you right now. What can you do to me? Dong Yue Shui said as she took a step forward, instantly arriving in front of hegemonic young lord. She then kicked him to the ground and stomped on his chest. Crack! The sound of bones breaking came from hegemonic young lord's body. Dong Yue Shui did not show any mercy, breaking a few of hegemonic young lord's ribs with a single stomp. Hegemonic young lord coughed out blood continuously. You! Hegemonic young lord stared at Dong Yue Shui. If looks could kill, Shui, I would have died countless times over. I'll send you on your way. Dong Yue Shui did not hesitate and stomped down with her right foot. Chapter 5709. Dong Yue Shui stomped young Lord Ba Fei to death with a single stomp, shocking everyone present. After all, that was the young Lord Ba Fei. He was the favorite younger brother of the Tyrant Sky Emperor, and the only king in the Tyrant Sky Empire who was allowed to own a private army. However, such a prominent figure had been stomped to death by Dong Yue Shui. Piercing the heavens! Someone's voice trembled. It was not hard to imagine that the Tyrant Sky Emperor knew that his younger brother had been stomped to death by Dong Yue Shui. The enraged Tyrant Sky Emperor would definitely launch an all-out war against the East Moon Empire, fighting to the death. Over the past several thousand years, the tyrannical Heaven Empire and the East Moon Empire had only engaged in small skirmishes. Even when a war broke out, it was only a small-scale war. That was because everyone knew that once an all-out war broke out between these two empires, there would definitely be no winner. Both sides would suffer great losses, and they would be swallowed up by other forces that were eyeing them covetously. Whether it was the overlord of the East Moon Empire or the overlord of the Tyrant Sky Emperor, neither of them was willing to see their empire be annexed by another force. However, things were different now. Tyrant Fei was dead, and he was stomped to death by Dong Yue Shui in front of everyone. No one could guess what kind of outrageous things the enraged, overbearing Sky Sovereign would do. Are you satisfied now? Wang Zhan told Dong Yue Shui. Not bad. I've finally vented my anger. Dong Yue Shui let out a long sigh. Ba Fei was truly despicable. He actually wanted to capture her and make her his feet-washing servant. This made the great princess extremely displeased. Moreover, Ba Fei had even planned several assassinations against the East Moon Overlord. This fellow was despicable, shameless, and unscrupulous. Such a person could not be allowed to return to the tyrannical Sky Empire alive. With Fatty and Wang Zhan's help, Dong Yue Shui really did not have to worry about Overlord Tyrant Sky Sovereign. After all, the two of them were impressive people who could face infinite primes head-on. Dong Yue Shui would never be able to forget what had happened in the square yesterday. Everyone lay on the ground and trembled before the might of an infinite prime. However, there were only Fatty and Wang Zhan. Only they could still stand proudly in the square. Even the supreme might of an infinite prime was unable to make them kneel. Even infinite primes were unable to strike fear into their hearts. The tyrannical Sky Empire was nothing in the eyes of such a person. We should go. Wang Zhan looked at the sky and said. At this moment, Wang Zhan had already found the confidence he had lost. He was no longer weak, he was no longer dispirited, he no longer felt sorry for himself, because he was no longer the same as before, because he had his own confidence. At the moment, Gu Fei's spiritual force was still attached to Wang Zhan's body. Kill them all. Dong Yue Shui calmly ordered. Wait, do you know who we are? The leader of the dozen or so sword cultivators roared at Dong Yue Shui with a stern expression. Tisk, why would I care who you are? Dong Yue Shui didn't care at all. Preposterous. We are the outer sect, disciples of the Infinite Sword Sect. If you kill us, the Infinite Sword Sect will definitely avenge us. The Sword Sect can't be insulted. I won't rest until I die. When these Sword Dao cultivators saw that Dong Yue Shui was really going to kill them, they were all shocked and terrified. They couldn't sit still anymore, because they didn't want to die. Haha, you still won't rest until you're dead? Dong Yue Shui laughed. Even Sword Master Dong Yu was beaten away. Even 1,000 or 10,000 outer sect disciples can't compare to a single Sword Master Dong Yu. What a joke! Even Sword Master Dong Yu's brother died in Flying Cloud City. Who do you think you are? To hell with the Infinite Sword Sect. Dong Yue Shui's subordinates sneered. The group of Sword Dao cultivators were terrified. What are you waiting for? Dong Yue Shui was getting impatient. Kill! Dong Yue Shui's newly subdued subordinates immediately killed the Sword Dao cultivators and the big guy who were kneeling on the ground. These captives were no longer of value to Dong Yue Shui. At this moment, Wang Zhan waved his right hand, and the giant seal floating above the Flying Cloud City immediately shrunk rapidly. The light barrier that enveloped the entire Flying Cloud City also retreated like a tide and instantly disappeared into the giant seal. The chaos seal flew towards Wang Zhan and hovered above his right palm. Chaotic qi swirled around, and mysterious patterns of the way intertwined around the seal. A powerful aura of the Great Path surged out from the seal. The aura of the Great Path was not very strong, but the surrounding people felt like they were bathing in the Great Path. They became extremely clear-headed, and their cultivation showed signs of breaking through. Some people even heard the divine voice of the Great Path. This, a supreme treasure! If only I could have it. The surrounding people were extremely jealous. This item was definitely at the infinite grade. If they could use this seal to cultivate, they would definitely be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. Some people even thought of killing Yi Fuqian for the treasure. Of course, these people were only thinking about it. No one dared to do anything at that moment. This was a supreme Tao item left behind by a supreme existence at the infinite prime realm. At that moment, everyone was extremely curious as to how Wang Zhan could obtain this supreme Tao item. This, even Dong Yue Shui, and the others' eyeballs almost fell to the ground. Only the fatty was not too surprised when he saw this. He only looked at Wang Zhan thoughtfully. Let's go. Dong Yue Shui did not dare to ask and took to the air herself. Then, for peak Earth realm cultivators carried a palanquin and flew into the air. Naturally, the palanquin contained Wang Zhan's family. The others also flew into the air and followed Dong Yue Shui out of Flying Cloud City. Wang Zhan and the fatty followed behind unhurriedly. The chaos seal had already been absorbed into Wang Zhan's body. He wanted to use the seal's power to nourish his body and make it even stronger. In the infinite realm, only the strong could obtain everything they wanted. Wang Zhan really wanted to become stronger as soon as possible. Just as Dong Yue Shui and the others left Flying Cloud City, Gu Fei was in the Extreme Emperor Palace, chatting happily with Extreme Emperor Wuchu. Master, at that moment, Yuan Gu walked in from the outside. Fellow Taoist, excuse me for a moment. Extreme Emperor Wuchu stood up and smiled. Of course, of course. Gu Fei picked up the cup of tea in front of him and took a sip. This was Hongmeng tea, which was even rarer than enlightenment tea. The fragrance of the tea could make an ordinary person immune to all diseases and increase their lifespan by a few hundred years. On the jade table before him were all sorts of immortal fruits. Any one of them was something Gu Fei could not find even after countless years of searching. However, these immortal fruits and immortal herbs of immortality were used by the beginning Extreme Emperor as food for his guests. However, the moment the Extreme Emperor stepped out of the Extreme Emperor's palace, the entire palace began to shake violently. Ha ha! Extreme Emperor Wuchu's proud laughter could be heard from outside. Gu Fei was both shocked and enraged. At this moment, he realized he was trapped in the palace. Countless formation runes appeared in the air and intertwined into countless formation patterns. Powerful infinite realm energy exploded, and the palace he was in instantly turned into a prison that could imprison an infinite prime. You dare scheme against me? Gu Fei was enraged. Haha, so what if I scheme against you? It's not like I haven't schemed against people like you before. Those people's souls have already dispersed, leaving only their origin energy that I refined into a part of my own power. Extreme Emperor Wuchu laughed. What? Gu Fei did not expect Extreme Emperor Wuchu to be so devious and ruthless. He specialized in plotting against infinite primes. This person was too terrifying. Chapter 5710. Haha! The Limitless Emperor's arrogant laughter could be heard from outside. At this time, the entire Extreme Emperor Palace had turned into a terrifying cage, trapping Gu Fei within. Gu Fei sat cross-legged in the air and opened his unbounded heaven's eye. A beam of purple gold light appeared from between his eyebrows and scanned his surroundings. Under the gaze of the purple gold heaven's eye, countless Tao inscriptions appeared in the air. These Tao inscriptions intertwined to form terrifying killing arrays. The layers of killing arrays trapped Gu Fei inside. What a guy! Gu Fei couldn't help but admire this limitless Extreme Emperor. This guy actually built such an awesome prison. This kind of method was indeed beyond his imagination. He didn't expect there to be someone even crazier than sacred Lord Su Tian. Gu Fei scanned his surroundings with his unbounded heaven's eye and saw through the true nature of the prison. The layers of killing arrays were all boundless grade. Moreover, every Tao inscription that formed the array was boundless grade. Even the Tao treasures that guarded the eye of the array were boundless grade. Everything was boundless grade. The Extreme Emperor Palace had already disappeared. The magnificent pavilions had turned into a horrifying purgatory where earth, water, fire, and wind wreaked havoc everywhere. In the Limitless Emperor's territory, countless sacred mountains in the sky shot out beams of light. These sacred mountains were also part of their ray. The beams of light entered the purgatory in the sky. These sacred mountains had boundless grade spirit gathering arrays. These spirit gathering arrays were providing heaven and earth spiritual chi to the purgatory. Beneath this world was the ancestral vein of the endless realms east. One had to admit that the Limitless Emperor was too ruthless. He used the power of the east ancestral vein to refine the boundless realm trapped in the purgatory in the sky. This was all part of the Limitless Emperor's meticulous plan. Even before Gu Fei opened his peerless heaven's eye, he couldn't see through this place. He never thought that the sacred ground created by the peerless heavens was actually a super array. It wasn't that he had let his guard down, but he hadn't expected the Extreme Emperor of the East Pole to do such a despicable thing. Congratulations on obtaining another boundless Tao fruit, Master. Outside the purgatory prison, Yuan Gu and the other disciples congratulated the Limitless Emperor respectfully. Yuan Gu and the others were also very happy. Since their master was eating meat, they could also get some soup. Their master only wanted the other party's Wuji Tao fruit. He did not care about anything else. The antiques of the infinite primes had a very rich collection. After this is done, you will all be rewarded. Extreme Emperor Peerless was very happy. He had schemed for countless years, casting down this terrifying purgatory killing formation that could even refine infinite primes to death. He wanted to kill infinite primes and steal their origin of ways. Moreover, He had succeeded a few times before this. Otherwise, how could he have broken through to the supreme heaven realm? This was Extreme Emperor Peerless' secret, a secret that could rapidly increase one's cultivation. Others thought that he had broken through to the supreme heaven realm through cultivation, but no one expected him to increase his own cultivation by devouring other people's Wuji Dao fruit. What was the difference between this kind of behavior and evil? You bastard, you're an infinite prime emperor. How can you be so despicable? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by the world? Gu Fei sat in the purgatory prison, his body glowing with the divine light of the great path, blocking all the destructive power. He was fine for now, laughed at by the world. Ha ha! The beginning Extreme Emperor laughed even more wildly when he heard this. Our master is a great hero in front of the world. That's right. Our master has unparalleled prestige in the East Pole. He is a leader of the righteous path. Yuan Gu and the others said solemnly. I see. Gu Fei understood. Extreme Emperor Peerless was a two-faced person. On one side, he was a leader of the righteous path, but on the other side, he was a terrifying demon. It seemed like he was a very cautious person. This place is isolated from the world. Who would know that I killed you here? Extreme Emperor Peerless was very pleased. It was not easy to kill an infinite prime in the infinite realm. To Extreme Emperor Peerless, killing an infinite prime was an achievement. Damn it, Gu Fei was truly enraged. Powerful infinite power erupted from his body, blocking the destructive power that was surging towards him from all directions. However, the purgatory prison's power continued to increase. Haha, you're just struggling. Your fate was decided the moment you stepped into this sacred land. Extreme Emperor Peerless said proudly, My fate is up to me. You're just an extreme emperor and you want to take my life? You want to take my origin? Dream on. Gu Fei pointed his middle finger at Extreme Emperor Peerless. Hee, then you can slowly enjoy the pain of having your soul refined in there. Extreme Emperor Peerless activated all the formations in the sacred land. Boundless power from the ancestral veins of the earth was forcefully gathered by the formations. Rumble, the entire sacred land shook. The land that Extreme Emperor Peerless had created seemed like it was about to collapse. The power of the entire sacred land gathered towards the center of the purgatory prison. A dragon's roar could be heard from the depths of the earth. The earth dragon turned and the ancestral veins of the earth were released. A huge dragon silhouette emerged from each of the divine mountains. These dragon silhouettes charged directly towards the center of the formation. The dragon's shadow passed through the void and the formations, breaking through Gu Fei's defensive power and wrapping around Gu Fei's body. This was the dragon's shadow formed from the ancestral veins of the easternmost grounds. Gu Fei's bones almost broke when the dragon's shadow wrapped around him. So powerful! Gu Fei finally understood how terrifying the power of heaven and earth of the infinite realm was. It was no wonder it was the highest level of the infinite realm. No wonder Extreme Emperor Peerless had the ability to refine infinite primes. It really wasn't difficult for him to kill an infinite prime with the power of the ancestral veins of the earth. But so what? Even sacred leader Su Tian couldn't kill me back then. Do you think Extreme Emperor Peerless can? Gu Fei didn't have his current cultivation back then. Gu Fei thought to himself, I want to see what you're up to. He gave up resisting and pretended to be no match for the ancestral veins of the earth. His entire body was crushed by the dragon shadows and turned into a bloody mist. Within the blood mist, a ball of divine light was faintly discernible. Origin of the great path. Extreme Emperor Peerless was surprised and overjoyed when he saw this. The ancestral veins of the easternmost grounds were extremely powerful. Normal infinite primes couldn't fight against them. But even so, Extreme Emperor Peerless still felt that Gu Fei was too weak. He was strangled to death by the dragon's shadows. Of course, Gu Fei wasn't dead yet. Soul-destroying formation, activate. Extreme Emperor Peerless yelled, and the entire formation changed. A terrifying, soul-destroying power engulfed Gu Fei's origin of the Great Path. At this moment, Extreme Emperor Peerless used the soul-destroying formation at full force. The terrifying, soul-destroying light swept across, and the blurry figure inside Gu Fei's origin of the Great Path disappeared. Much easier than I expected. Extreme Emperor Peerless was slightly surprised when he saw this. He didn't expect someone who could defeat an infinite prime at the initial stage of the Earth realm to be killed so quickly. One had to admit that this guy was very careful. He used the soul-destroying formation to sweep across Gu Fei's origin of the Great Path over a dozen times before dispersing the formation. Extreme Emperor Peerless waved his right hand, and Gu Fei's origin of the Great Path flew into his hand. Chapter 5711. Gu Fei did not expect one of the 5 overlords of the Limitless Realm, the Extreme East Limitless Emperor, to be such a cunning and despicable person. This really refreshed Gu Fei's worldview. It was unbelievable that the Extreme Emperor of the Limitless Realm had such a dark side to him. Was there no bottom line in order to increase one's cultivation level and breakthrough? Gu Fei could not do that. He had a bottom line. He would not attack others if they did not attack him. If they attacked him, they would have to bear the consequences. Gu Fei had also refined the source energy of other experts before. However, those people were people who wanted to kill him. If they wanted to kill him, why would he hold back? Gu Fei had never thought of himself as a saint. The world was fair. At least in his heart, there was a principle of fairness. Therefore, he did not forget his original intentions. However, the Extreme Emperor's actions had crossed Gu Fei's bottom line. This limitless Extreme Emperor didn't know what was right or wrong and wanted to kill Gu Fei right away. This shocked and angered Gu Fei. One could only say that the Extreme Emperor of the Limitless Realm was ruthless and unscrupulous in order to increase his cultivation level. Limitless Extreme Darch had opened up a huge array in the void. He had dug a trap and lured Gu Fei into it. Then he had found an excuse to leave and attack Gu Fei. All of this had been arranged in advance. It was terrifying to think about. At this point, the Extreme Emperor placed Gu Fei's origin of Tao in the deepest part of the treasure vault. I just refined 2 origin energies of the Limitless Realm not too long ago. It looks like I'll have to wait a while before I can refine another one. The Extreme Emperor looked at the origin of Tao in front of him and drooled. Other than Gu Fei's origin of Tao, there were 2 other origin energies of the Limitless Realm. These were the purest and strongest origin energies of the Limitless Realm. Master, when can I take that half step? Yuan Gu, who was behind the Extreme Emperor of the Limitless Realm, suddenly asked, "What's the rush?" The Extreme Emperor said calmly, Yuan Gu was very talented in cultivation. He was already at the half-step Limitless Realm. He was only half a step away from the true Limitless Realm. He was very jealous of the Infinity Emperor's collection of infinity Tao sources of the Great Path. However, he did not have the fortune to enjoy the origin of the Great Path because it was an unbounded origin of the Great Path. The ripples of the origin of the Great Path had already been sealed by the unbounded Emperor. If the origin of the Great Path was exposed to Yuan Gu, even if he was a half-step Boundless Realm cultivator, he would still be destroyed by the energy fluctuations of the origin of the Great Path. His body and soul would be destroyed. This was a true origin of ways at the infinite level. Only infinite primes could approach it. As the eldest disciple of the Extreme Emperor, Yuan Gu was his most trusted subordinate. In the entire Extreme Emperor Palace, only Yuan Gu had the right to enter the treasure pavilion, not to mention entering the treasury. Even getting close to the treasury would put them in danger of triggering the restrictive formation and losing their lives. The treasure pavilion contained countless rare treasures that the Infinity Emperor had obtained. There were even a few Infinity Tao treasures hidden on the highest level of the treasure pavilion. Yuan-gu lowered his head and did not dare to speak again. His cultivation had been stuck at half-step infinite prime for a very long time, and he still had not broken through to true infinite prime. He was rather anxious. Remember that he wasn't the only disciple of the ultimate emperor. All these years, the other disciples' cultivation levels had increased by quite a bit. If the other disciples caught up to him in terms of cultivation level, then it would be very embarrassing for him as the first senior brother. All right, let's go. After putting away Gu Fei's origin of the Great Path, the Extreme Emperor waved his sleeves, and a ball of divine light enveloped the Extreme Emperor and Yuan-gu. The two of them disappeared into the void. Inside the treasure pavilion, all sorts of treasures emitted resplendent divine lights. The lights were multicolored and extremely gorgeous, especially the three Infinity Tao origins. Even though they had been sealed by the Extreme Emperor, they were still as bright as three suns. The light emitted from the top of the treasure pavilion lit up half the sky. Gu Fei's origin of the Great Path was purple gold, and it was the brightest of the three Infinity Tao origins. The other two Infinity Tao origins were much weaker. Time passed, and the treasure pavilion was extremely quiet. Soon, more than 20 hours passed. Without any warning, the Extreme Emperor suddenly appeared at the top of the treasure pavilion. He stared at Gu Fei's origin of the Great Path for a while before leaving. This guy is really cautious. A blurry figure appeared from the depths of Gu Fei's origin of the Great Path. The Extreme Emperor wanted to refine Gu Fei's primordial spirit, but he didn't know that Gu Fei had cultivated the 9 secrets of the immortal path. How could his primordial spirit be so easily refined? Even if Gu Fei's primordial spirit was destroyed, it could still reform. He was only pretending to be refined by the Extreme Emperor. The Extreme Emperor wanted to trick Gu Fei, but wasn't Gu Fei also trying to trick the Extreme Emperor? One shouldn't have the intention to harm others, but one must always be on guard. This was the reason why Gu Fei could make it this far. He looked like he wasn't on guard against the Extreme Emperor, but he was actually prepared for the worst. Gu Fei's primordial spirit reformed, and a faint figure appeared from the origin of the Great Path. The next moment, the origin of the Great Path disappeared. In the blink of an eye, Gu Fei used the origin of the Great Path to reconstruct his physical body. As long as the origin of the Great Path existed, Gu Fei could instantly revive with his current cultivation level. Haha, you dare to trick me? Gu Fei looked at the treasures around him and almost laughed out loud. I'll make you bleed today. Wu Chu, this fellow is simply deranged. When Gu Fei saw the two origin of the Great Path, he couldn't help but be shocked. The Extreme Emperor really did kill at least 2 infinite primes. Haha, now I'm the one getting lucky. Gu Fei waved his hand and took the 2 origin of the Great Path. Roar! The moment Gu Fei took the 2 origin of the Great Path, an angry roar came from the Extreme Emperor Palace. The entire Extreme King Palace was shaking. Master, what's wrong? Everyone in the Holy Land felt a terrifying aura shrouding the entire Holy Land in an instant. Everyone was terrified to the extreme. At this time, on the top floor of the treasure pavilion, Gu Fei waved his hand and directly stored all the Taoist treasures on the top floor of the treasure pavilion into his inner world. The beginning Extreme Emperor's figure appeared on the top floor of the treasure chamber. He was dumbfounded when he saw Gu Fei. You want to kill me and take my origin of the Great Path? Do you think you can do that? Gu Fei laughed coldly. The Extreme Emperor looked at the empty top floor of the treasury and almost vomited blood. The top floor of the treasury was filled with the most precious treasures he had ever collected in his life. Someone had taken everything, including the 2 origin of the Great Path. Boom! While the Extreme Emperor was still in shock, Gu Fei punched the floor of the treasury. Rumble! In the next moment, the entire treasury exploded. All the treasures in the treasury were turned to dust by Gu Fei's attack. This was Gu Fei's full strength. There was no treasure that could block Gu Fei's punch. Roar! Chapter 5712. In the East Pole, inside the treasury of the Extreme Emperor's palace, Gu Fei rebuilt his physical body and cleared out all the treasures on the top floor of the treasury. When Limitless Extreme Emperor arrived, Gu Fei blasted the entire treasure house apart with a single punch. All the treasures in the treasure house were turned into dust. This time around, the Limitless Extreme Emperor was truly going crazy. His entire life's treasures were destroyed just like that. At this moment, Gu Fei opened his mouth and inhaled, and the spiritual qi released by the countless treasures that were crushed into dust immediately gathered towards him. "I'm going to kill you." The Ultimate Emperor roared and threw a punch at Gu Fei. Boom, 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 the world shook. The Ultimate Emperor's fist energy exploded and shook the earth. "Oh, you're angry?" Gu Fei leaped into the air and dashed out, dodging the punch of the Limitless Extreme Emperor. "Die." The Extreme the Arch of Beginning chased after him and punched again. This time, the fist energy turned into a huge dragon that lunged at Gu Fei. The explosive fist energy caused the surrounding space to crack. "This is the price you have to pay for plotting against me." Gu Fei moved quickly in the air. Though the Ultimate Emperor's fist energy was violent, it could not even touch the corner of his clothes. The Ultimate Emperor did not say a word and continued to attack Gu Fei like a madman. This time, he had really suffered a great loss. All the treasures he had collected in his life were gone, especially the two origins of the infinite realm. He had spent a lot of effort to kill two infinite primes and obtain two origins of the infinite realm. The Ultimate Emperor did not expect Gu Fei to be so difficult to deal with. Regular infinite primes would not be able to withstand his destructive formation. Their primordial spirit would be refined, and only the origin of the great path would be left. This guy's primordial spirit was clearly refined. Why was he still alive? The beginning Extreme Monarch was both shocked and furious. "It's just a treasure pavilion. Can't you just rebuild one?" Gu Fei laughed coldly as he dodged Limitless Extreme Emperor's attack. Limitless Extreme Emperor was enraged. This fella took advantage of him, and yet he was still trying to act innocent. He was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. "What you? Do you think I'm someone you can trick?" Gu Fei disappeared in an instant. "Pa!" A palm suddenly appeared and slapped the enraged, Limitless Emperor across the face without any struggle. This unexpected slap stunned the Extreme, the Arch of the Beginning Extreme the Arch. A palm print appeared on the Beginning Extreme Emperor's face. For an existence like the Ultimate Emperor of the Beginning, if he was injured, it wouldn't be so easy to heal. This was because only the power of the ultimate path could injure him. "Does it feel good?" Gu Fei appeared in the distance. The Extreme the Arch of Beginning felt a burning pain on his left cheek. In the next moment, he went berserk. He was going crazy. He was going crazy. Kaboom! The entire Extreme Emperor Palace shook violently. Every sacred mountain in the sky began to glow again. The power of the Extreme East Ancestral Array was being activated. "Do you think you can escape from me in my territory?" Limitless Emperor roared. "Is that so? Then I'll see." Gu Fei smiled. "What's happening?" At this time, the entire Extreme Emperor Palace was in an uproar. All of Limitless Emperor's disciples rushed out in fear. "Treasure Pavilion! It's gone." Very quickly, someone realized that the Treasure Pavilion had disappeared. What a hole in the sky! Yuan Gu and the others felt their scalps go numb. That was the Treasure Pavilion, the place where their master hid his treasures. It was a forbidden place in the Extreme Emperor Palace. In the entire Extreme Emperor Palace, only Limitless Emperor and Big Brother Yuan Gu had the right to enter the Treasure Pavilion. Everyone else, even Limitless Emperor's direct disciple, was not allowed to enter the Treasure Pavilion. If they died, they would die for nothing. Yet, the forbidden place of the Extreme Emperor Palace had disappeared. Someone had dared to destroy the treasure pavilion. When Yuan Gu and the others saw that it was Gu Fei fighting their master, they were all shocked. Wasn't this guy's soul destroyed by master? How is that possible? Limitless Emperor's direct disciples were dumbfounded. No wonder their master was going crazy. Hide, Yuan Gu said as he turned around and fled. This was a real battle between peerless powers. Even a half-step peerless Prime Yuan Gu would be killed if he was caught in the crossfire. Limitless Emperor's direct disciples saw their big brother running away. Why didn't they run? Were they just going to wait for their deaths? The others also hurriedly ran away. Very quickly, there was no one left in the Extreme Emperor Palace. Everyone had escaped. At this time, the Extreme Emperor Palace's great array was activated. The sacred mountains in the sky were all glowing brightly. The power of the ancestral Earth meridian had been drawn in. Terrifying energy filled every inch of the void. At that moment, a figure charged straight towards a sacred mountain. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire sacred mountain was destroyed by this person. The entire sacred mountain exploded. Countless sacred lights exploded. It was like a huge firework had appeared in the sky. It was dazzling. As the sacred mountain exploded, countless inscriptions disappeared into the void. Damn it! Limitless Emperor, who was chasing after him, saw this scene and was fuming. Go! 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 Gu Fei shouted all the way as he charged towards the divine mountains floating in the sky. A series of loud noises immediately rang out in the sky as the divine mountains were directly smashed by him. The power of the Extreme Emperor Palace's great array was decreasing as the sacred mountains were destroyed by Gu Fei. Gu Fei's speed was so fast that even the beginning Extreme Arch couldn't catch up to him. His movement technique was the fastest in the world, and it was not just for show. Roar! Limitless Emperor was furious. He roared and attacked. However, he could not even touch the corner of Gu Fei's robe, let alone kill Gu Fei. Ha! I will destroy your nest. Let's see if you can still be so cocky. Gu Fei laughed as he moved quickly in the void. He kept destroying the sacred mountains in the sky. Countless inscriptions disappeared and the ancestral Earth Meridian's power weakened. Finally, he plunged into the ultimate formation eye of this space. You're courting death! Limitless Emperor roared and exploded the array eye. However, the array eye did not explode. Gu Fei had already made his move. Tao of Truth! Gu Fei, who had pounced into the ultimate formation eye, let out a furious roar and directly used one of the 9 secrets of Immortal Tao, the returning Truth Secret Technique. As soon as the secret technique was used, the formation runes in the ultimate formation eye were immediately obliterated by the secret technique. Countless inscriptions disappeared into the void under the power of the secret technique of truth. All the energy around Gu Fei was instantly refined into the purest spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Then he absorbed it. Under Gu Fei's force of truth, countless palaces and sacred mountains crumbled. In the blink of an eye, half of the Extreme Emperor Palace was dissolved by Gu Fei's force of truth. Chapter 57:13. Gu Fei didn't show any mercy to the Infinity Emperor. Since this guy wanted to kill him and steal his origin of the Great Path, he had to be prepared to face the consequences. You bastard! The Infinity Emperor roared. Every time he threw a punch, the power of the punch would turn into the shadow of a dragon that lunged at Gu Fei. The power of the punch was like a wild dragon, unstoppable and overbearing. However, the moment the power approached Gu Fei, it was instantly dissolved and converted into the most primitive spiritual energy of the world for him to absorb. The space around Gu Fei turned into a domain. He moved quickly and dodged the Infinity Emperor's direct attack. Boom! Another loud sound rang out, and another divine mountain was blasted apart by Gu Fei. It was as if a brilliant firework had bloomed in the sky. Amidst the explosion of divine light, countless formation patterns dissipated. The Extreme Emperor of the beginning Extreme Emperor almost spat out another mouthful of blood when he saw this. In order to trap and kill the other infinite primes, he had spent so much effort to cast down this supreme formation. Yet this guy had destroyed it just like that? The Infinity Emperor had spent an immeasurable amount of time and effort to set up this killing formation. This was also the reason why he vomited blood when he saw Gu Fei destroy the super killing formation. It was because the super killing formation was extremely important to him. If Gu Fei really destroyed this killing formation, he didn't even know if he could set up another one. Haha, I haven't felt this good in a long time. Gu Fei roared with laughter as he charged toward another mountain. He was having a lot of fun, but the beginning Extreme Emperor was furious. Fist of the Extreme Sky. The Infinity Emperor had no choice but to use the strongest fist technique he had recently created. This was a heaven-level fist technique. At his level of cultivation, he had to create all techniques himself. The Skyline Divine Fist was a fist technique that he had created after his cultivation had broken through to the extreme heaven realm. However, this fist technique was only in its embryonic form. Even someone as strong as the limitless Extreme Emperor, with his initial heaven-level cultivation, could only manage to throw out a single punch. At this time, he couldn't just watch as his painstaking efforts were destroyed by the other party. He could only take a risk and kill this hateful guy with a single punch. The beginning Extreme Emperor made a fist move. In the next moment, all the energy of heaven and earth gathered on his fist. Even the power of the ancestral earth vein in the easternmost pole had been activated by him. What? Gu Fei sensed the changes in this part of the world and couldn't help but be shocked. It was as if the entire world and the void had frozen in an instant. It was as if someone had cast a body-fixing spell on him and he was fixed in the void. The fist had yet to be unleashed, but an extremely tyrannical force had already enveloped this part of the world. Under the shroud of this power, everything froze. What a terrifying fist technique! Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. The power of this fist technique was beyond his imagination. After all, he was at the initial Earth tier. Even though he was a realm lower than the limitless Extreme Emperor, he couldn't possibly be restrained by his opponent's power. It could only be said that the limitless Extreme Emperor's fist technique was extremely powerful. Even the anti-void secret technique couldn't dispel the restraining force. Just as the fist was about to be unleashed, Gu Fei gritted his teeth and unleashed the Ascension's secret technique and the Extreme Breaking secret technique. In the next moment, an extremely powerful force exploded from his body. Buzz! The void trembled, and a few divine mountains near Gu Fei instantly exploded, turning into dust. At the same time, Gu Fei broke through the restraining force. However, just as he regained his mobility, his opponent's fist came flying towards him. The limitless Extreme Emperor's seemingly gentle punch sent chills down Gu Fei's spine. He sensed extreme danger. In the end, Gu Fei couldn't completely dodge the limitless Extreme Emperor's punch. Bam! The limitless Extreme Emperor's punch landed on Gu Fei's left shoulder. In the next moment, Gu Fei's left shoulder exploded and he was flung across the sky. A mist of blood erupted and the smell of blood permeated the air. Even with Gu Fei's cultivation level and physique, he couldn't withstand the limitless Extreme Emperor's punch. It couldn't be helped. The power of this punch was far too heaven-defying. If this punch was used in the mortal realm or the heavenly realm, it would probably be able to destroy the mortal realm or the heavenly realm with just one punch. The limitless Extreme Emperor's small world began to crack and crack in space. These cracks didn't heal even after a long time. Then Gu Fei, who was hit by the limitless Extreme Emperor's punch, was flung thousands of miles away. The left side of his body was crumbling, and it almost spread to his entire body. How dare you! Without hesitation, Gu Fei flew into the sky and disappeared into the crack in space. The limitless Extreme Emperor wanted to chase after him. However, he only took one step before he felt like he was about to collapse. His face turned pale and blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. The power in his body was going out of control. Roar! The limitless extreme emperor roared in anger. Young man, you are lucky today. If we meet again in the future, I will fight to the death. The limitless extreme emperor howled. I will fight to the death with you now. There is no need to wait for the future. Gu Fei's voice came from the crack in space. Haha, is that so? Come out and fight if you dare? The limitless extreme emperor laughed in disdain. Just you wait. I will be back to settle the score with you soon. Gu Fei left. Oh no. The limitless extreme emperor's expression changed. In the next second, he disappeared from the small world. When he reappeared, he was already outside. Gu Fei, when he saw the scene in front of him, he exploded in anger. The entrance to the limitless extreme emperor palace had been completely destroyed. There was only a giant palm print where the entrance used to be. All of the limitless extreme emperor's subordinates were lying on the ground. They were all killed by the power of the sword. Even his 2 direct disciples were among them. Out of the 13 limitless extreme emperors, only the 11 were left. Yuan Gu and the others seemed to have sensed something was amiss and hid somewhere. The people who stayed behind to guard the entrance all received their lunchboxes. The limitless extreme emperor gritted his teeth in anger, but Gu Fei had already escaped. While Gu Fei was wreaking havoc in the limitless extreme emperor palace, Gu Fei's new disciple Wang Zhan, Dong Yushui, and the others escorted the tyrant war god to a city less than 500 miles away from the East Moon royal capital. Their next stop was the East Moon royal capital. Chapter 5714. The East Moon royal capital was the largest city in the East Moon Empire. The capital of the East Moon Empire was also the most prosperous city in the East Moon Empire. The East Moon imperial capital was the city with the most citizens in the East Moon Empire. It was a huge city with more than 20 million citizens, and the city guards were always maintained at more than 1 million. The city was divided into 5 districts, and each district was guarded by a god. In other words, there were at least 5 gods in the East Moon royal capital. This was only what was on the surface. Exactly how many immortals were hidden in the Eastern Moon imperial capital was a secret that no one knew. Third brother has arrived at Heavenly Leap City. In the majestic main hall of the imperial capital, Imperial Lord Dongyu sat on the imperial throne, while civil and military officials stood to his left and right below him, Zhuo Wu and Zhuo Wen. On the left of the throne was a group of generals clad in battle armor. The one in the lead was the number 1 war god of the East Moon Empire, Dongyue Lingxiao. The civil officials on the right were led by the Prime Minister, Dong Xianyu. The 3 great clans of the East Moon Empire were the Tiger Clan, the Longxiang Clan, and the Dongxian Clan. These 3 clans were deeply rooted in the East Moon Empire. Even the East Moon imperial family was unwilling to fall out with these 3 clans. Your Majesty, the princess has already arrived at Heavenly Leap City before nightfall last night. Dongyue Lingxiao answered. What, arrived yesterday? Then why hasn't she returned to the royal capital? The East Moon royal lord was very surprised. Sitting on the throne, the East Moon royal lord wore a purple dragon crown, a purple dragon robe, and purple cloud boots. His face was like jade, and his eyebrows reached his temples. His figure was slender, and he exuded an aura of might. It had to be said that the East Moon royal lord's appearance was superb. However, in the infinite realm, superb appearance was nothing. As long as one was successful in cultivation, anyone could change their appearance. Everyone could become a handsome man or a beautiful woman. However, being naturally good-looking was really a small advantage. After all, many people still liked the original appearance. Your Majesty, I have something to report. The Prime Minister, Dong Xianyu, suddenly stepped forward. Dong Xianyu, the patriarch of the Dongxian clan of the Dongyue Empire. His occupation was the Prime Minister of the Dongyue Empire. He did not have any cultivation, yet he was able to become the patriarch of the Dongxian clan and the Prime Minister of the Dongyue Empire. It was clear that Dong Xianyu truly was an extremely impressive existence. So what if he did not have any cultivation? No one in the entire Dongyue Empire dared to underestimate him. Even the #1 war god of the East Moon Empire, Dongyue Lingxiao, treated this old man as his #1 opponent. The two of them had fought openly and covertly for many years, yet Dongyue Lingxiao, the #1 war god, was actually unable to gain any advantage. However, this time, Dong Xianyu suffered a huge setback in Dongyue Lingxiao's hands. As a matter of fact, Dongyue Lingxiao had taken advantage of the situation as well, as he had not done anything at all. All he did was sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. He was the crown prince's man, while Dong Xianyu was the second prince's man. Dongyue Lingxiao was not surprised to see Dong Xianyu step forward, as he already knew what Dong Xianyu was going to say. He could not help but curl his lips into a sneer. Speak! The East Moon Imperial Lord was truly in a good mood, as his daughter, the third princess, had actually captured the #1 war god of the tyrannical Sky Empire alive. Moreover, Dongyue Shui had even killed the #1 saber god of the tyrannical Sky Empire. All of the battle achievements belonged to Dongyue Shui. Such a battle achievement was practically unprecedented in the East Moon Empire. Even Dongyue Lingxiao, the #1 war god of the East Moon Empire, could not compare. It should be noted that in the war between the East Moon Empire and the tyrannical Sky Empire, the East Moon Empire had always been oppressed by the tyrannical Sky Empire. All of the territories outside of Black Qilin City had been occupied by the tyrannical Sky Empire. The East Moon Empire could only defend Black Qilin City to the death. Her Highness beat up the second prince and even locked him in a prisoner's carriage. Dong Xianyu said with a solemn expression. What? Everyone in the Great Hall was shocked by Dong Xianyu's words. Her Highness beat up the second prince and even locked him in a prisoner's carriage? How was that possible? They were brother and sister. Her Royal Highness even locked the second prince in the same prison carriage as the sky-dominating war god. Dong Xianyu added. Everyone stared at Dong Xianyu. The East Moon Imperial Lord stared at Dong Xianyu in disbelief. Only Dongyue Lingxiao remained calm. Dong Xianyu, is what you said true? Do you have any concrete evidence? The East Moon Imperial Lord stared at Dong Xianyu and asked in a deep voice. This matter is absolutely true. If your Majesty doesn't believe me, you can ask our #1 war god to see if what I said is true. Dong Xianyu turned around and stared at Dongyue Lingxiao. Dongyue Lingxiao, tell me. The East Moon Imperial Lord also stared at Dongyue Lingxiao. How would the Prime Minister dare to deceive the Emperor? What he said is true. Dongyue Lingxiao answered. How dare you? The East Moon Imperial Lord was furious. Send a letter to the third princess immediately and order her to return to the imperial capital to see me. The East Moon Imperial Lord said loudly to Dongyue Lingxiao. Yes, your Majesty. Dongyue Lingxiao answered. Dong Xianyu looked at Dongyue Lingxiao coldly. He wanted to take Dongyue Shui down a notch and weaken her contributions. Dongyue Lingxiao did not say anything. However, the East Moon Imperial Lord was clearly angry. In the East Moon Overlord's eyes, Dongyue Shui had truly crossed the line. He was her second royal brother after all. Beating up her royal brother was already an act of defiance. Yet she had even locked him up in a prison carriage and locked him up with the tyrant war god. She had humiliated her royal brother and disregarded their relationship as siblings. This was unacceptable to the East Moon Overlord. The crown prince who stood beside the Imperial Lord's throne wanted to say something, but was stopped by Dongyue Lingxiao's gaze. Dongyue Lingxiao shook her head at the crown prince. Dong Xianyu was secretly happy to see Dongyue Lingxiao being humiliated. Dong Xianyu's allies were also gloating. Dongyue Lingxiao was the crown prince's supporter. Now that there was a chance to strike the crown prince's camp, they naturally wanted to use it to deal a harsh blow to the crown prince's camp. Court dismissed. Soon the court ended, and the East Moon Imperial Lord left the hall angrily. However, the Crown Prince went to find Dong Yue Ling Xiao after the court was dismissed. "Crown Prince, just wait and watch the show." Dong Yue Ling Xiao said nothing and left the palace directly. This made the Crown Prince extremely gloomy. At this moment, the sacred envoy of the East Moon Imperial Lord left the palace and the imperial capital with the imperial edict, heading straight for Tianyue City. Tianyue City, the city lord's residence. In the backyard, a figure suddenly appeared, almost scaring the two fellows who were sitting cross-legged under a tree to death. "Greetings, master." When Wang Zhan saw the person who suddenly appeared, he immediately knelt down. "Master?" The fatty on the side looked at the black-clothed youth, who suddenly appeared cautiously. "Master?" In a pavilion far away, a white-clothed woman stood up. Is there really a mysterious sect behind him? Chapter 57:15. Greetings, Master. In the backyard of the city lord's residence, Wang Zhan knelt at the feet of a black-robed young man with extreme respect. Fatty and Shui were shocked. Who was this black-robed young man? Wang Zhan knelt at first sight. "Get up." Gu Fei placed his left hand behind his back. With a wave of his right hand, an illusory figure immediately emerged from Wang Zhan, who was kneeling on the ground. Then it rushed out and directly entered his body. Fatty couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this. He seemed to have thought of something, and the way he looked at the black-clothed youth changed. At this moment, Shui hurried over from the pavilion far away. "You're Wang Zhan's master." Shui sized up the black-robed young man before her. The black-robed young man wasn't very handsome. He was above average, and his black robes weren't some treasure either. They were just ordinary clothes. His hair was casually tied behind his head with a hairband, and his expression was indifferent. Apart from that, there didn't seem to be anything special about him. Most importantly, Shui and Fatty couldn't sense a trace of a cultivator's aura from the black-robed young man. He seemed like an ordinary person. However, if he could appear here without warning, he was definitely not an ordinary person. However, they couldn't tell how powerful this guy was. Both Shui and Fatty were doubtful. This was because the fake sword master Dong Yu was a very good example. These days, there were quite a lot of people who swindled others. It was hard to say if the black-robed young man had tricked Wang Zhan in some way. "You can say that," Gu Fei said indifferently. He was injured in the battle with Extreme Emperor of Beginning and needed a place to recuperate. He also wanted to see his first disciple in the Endless Realm. At this moment, he had already recalled the divine sense he had attached to Wang Zhan, so he knew everything. Wang Zhan's luck was really good. Could he be the legendary child of fortune? Gu Fei was not very interested in these so-called chosen by heaven or children of luck. After all, so what if they had shocking talent and overwhelming luck? If they wanted to become a true expert, they would have to go through all sorts of trials and tribulations. "Greetings, Senior." Dong Yue Shui clasped her hands at Gu Fei as a form of greeting. Previously, when Gu Fei fought against Sacred Lord Void Sky, he did not use his true appearance. With Dong Yue Shui and the fatty's cultivation, they naturally did not know that the black-robed young man before them was one of the supreme existences in the battle that day. If they knew that the person before them was a supreme infinite prime, they would probably kneel down even faster than Wang Zhan. "Greetings, Senior." Fatty followed suit and cupped his hands at Gu Fei. Gu Fei smiled and didn't mind. How could a giant dragon in the sky lower itself to the level of an ant on the ground? However, Wang Zhan didn't dare delay. Since Gu Fei didn't ask him to get up, he obediently lay at Gu Fei's feet and didn't dare to move. The reason why he had his current cultivation was all because of this master in front of him. If it weren't for his master, the grass on his grave would probably be 3 feet tall by now. After all, he was just an ordinary soldier in Black Qilin City. If it weren't for Gu Fei's will that had just entered the infinite realm, he would have died a long time ago. Not only did Gu Fei's will heal his fatal injury, but it also taught him cultivation techniques and opened up a world of will to train his soul. Get up! Gu Fei stood with his hands behind his back and said calmly, Yes. Only then did Wang Zhan dare to stand up. He lowered his head and stood aside. Seeing this, Fatty and Dong Yue Shui were a little dumbfounded. This Wang Zhan was so mighty before. Why was he as obedient as a kitten in front of this black-robed young man? Wang Zhan's previous performance was amazing. Even the tyrannical battle god was defeated by him. He killed the number 1 saber god of the tyrannical Sky Empire with a wave of his hand. Fatty and Dong Yue Shui did not know that the previous Wang Zhan was just a clone of Gu Fei in the infinite realm. The current Wang Zhan was the real Wang Zhan. Of course, the current Wang Zhan was also very domineering. However, he did not dare to be presumptuous in front of Gu Fei. Master, please allow me to welcome you back, Wang Zhan said carefully. Gu Fei did not say anything. He suddenly frowned. Soon, a figure descended from the sky. Dong Yue Shui, kneel and receive the decree. A voice that was neither male nor female was heard. A guy with a face as white as paper and a hairless mouth, dressed in a servant's uniform, hovered in the air with an imperial decree in his hand. He looked down at Dong Yue Shui and the others with an overbearing manner. Eunuch 2, Dong Yue Shui was shocked when she saw the person. This guy turned out to be the Empress' trusted aide, Eunuch Tuesday. This guy's arrival at this time was definitely nothing good. Dong Yue Shui immediately knelt. Wang Zhan subconsciously wanted to kneel as well. In this limitless realm, who is qualified to make my disciple kneel? Gu Fei said calmly. Wang Zhan, who was about to kneel, immediately straightened his back when he heard that. The imperial decree of Royal Lord East Moon is here. Why aren't you all kneeling to receive it? Eunuch 2 said sternly. Gu Fei did not kneel. Wang Zhan did not kneel. Fatty did not kneel either. Royal Lord East Moon, or whatever. He was nothing in their eyes. How dare you look down on the majesty of the Royal Lord? 9 familial exterminations. Eunuch 2 was instantly enraged when he saw that the 3 of them did not kneel. TCH. Fatty crossed his arms in disdain, completely ignoring the androgynous guy in the sky. Wang Zhan stood proudly, ignoring Eunuch 2's words. As for Gu Fei, Royal Lord East Moon did not even have the right to kneel to him. Ouch! Eunuch 2 was truly enraged. Where is the heavenly protector? Eunuch 2 roared. Whoosh! A figure immediately appeared in the air. What? Dong Yue Shui was shocked. She did not expect her father to send out the heavenly protector. The heavenly protector was second only to the number 1 war god, Dong Yue Ling Shao. This heavenly imperial guardian was definitely a godly state expert. What did her father mean? Was he going to take her down? What did she do wrong? Dong Yue Shui could not help but feel uneasy. She had captured the Sky Tyrant war god alive and killed the number 1 saber god of the Sky Tyrant. Her contributions were great, and she was definitely number 1 in the East Moon Empire. Who could compare to her? However, something was wrong. Those who look down on the majesty of the Royal Lord shall be killed without mercy. Eunuch 2 ordered. Eunuch 2 you, Dong Yue Shui. I was shocked. She did not expect that Eunuch 2 would really kill Wang Zhan and the others. Eunuch 2 sneered with an arrogant and haughty expression. The so-called heavenly protector in the sky really did look like one. He wore golden armor and held a heavenly halberd, like a divine general descending from the heavens. A powerful aura erupted from the golden-armored heavenly war god. You want to kill me? Chapter 57:16. Eunuch 2, the imperial attendant of the East Moon Empire, had arrived at Heavenly U City with the imperial edict. He was overbearing and arrogant, believing himself to be the Empress' trusted aide. He had directly accused Gu Fei, Wang Zhan, and the fatty of looking down on the empire. He had even called out the divine protector general of the East Moon Empire to kill Gu Fei and the others. However, this so-called eunuch too would never have imagined that his high and mighty attitude of having the power to decide one's life and death was as laughable as a clown in the eyes of Gu Fei and the others. It was like an ant waving a big stick and trying to kill a giant dragon. Eunuch too, are you sure you want to kill them? Dong Yue Shui suddenly stood up from the ground. She looked at Eunuch Tu, who was holding the imperial edict in the sky, mockingly. Looking down on the dignity of the empire will result in the death of 9 generations. Eunuch Tu was still very arrogant. Then go ahead and try. The fatty said disapprovingly. He had a great background and was not even afraid of infinite primes. So why would he be afraid of a mere East Moon Empire? Looking down on the dignity of the empire? If you piss me off, I'll just press the East Moon Imperial Lord into the ground 1,000 times. What are you waiting for? Divine Protector General. Eunuch Tu roared, Kill! With a cold look on his face, the Protector Divine General charged towards the fatty from the sky. Whoosh! The Divine Protector waved the halberd in his hand. An arc-shaped blade of light immediately appeared above the fatty's head, cleaving down towards his head. Powerful energy, ripples, spread from the Divine Protector. The weather immediately changed, and the sun and moon dimmed. The might of a godhood realm cultivator was quite impressive. Currently, countless cultivators in Heavenly U City looked towards the city, Lord's estate, in fear. All the cultivators felt an uncontrollable fear from the depths of their souls. This was a form of deterrence from godhood realm cultivators. No one in the city knew what was going on. They were all terrified. When the Divine Protector attacked, Gu Fei and Wang Zhan were extremely calm. Only Dong Yue Shui showed a hint of fear. However, the next moment, Dong Yue Shui was utterly dumbfounded by the scene before her. Fatty impatiently stretched out his right hand and directly caught the halberd that was slashing down at lightning speed in his hand. The fatty had completely ignored the sharpness of the halberd's edge. The Divine Protector of the East Moon Empire was in existence second only to the greatest Divine General of the East Moon Empire, Dong Yue Lingshao. The halberd in his hands was a proper god weapon. The fatty was actually able to ignore the attack of a god artifact. Let alone Dong Yue Shui. Even Wang Zhan was taken aback. The arrogant eunuch Tu in the sky was so shocked that his eyeballs almost popped out. As the envoy of Imperial Lord East Moon, he naturally had the right to be arrogant because the Divine Protector General would come with him. With the second strongest cultivator of the East Moon Empire, he could definitely do as he pleased within the borders of the East Moon Empire. Moreover, he who held the imperial edict was now the symbol of imperial authority. However, Eunuch Tu never dreamed that there would be people who dared to ignore the imperial authority of the East Moon Imperial Lord and defy the imperial edict in a tiny Heavenly U City. This was no longer as simple as defying the imperial edict. The attitude of these 3 people was basically disregarding the imperial edict of the East Moon Imperial Lord. Actually, Eunuch Tu, who had the backing of people, really did not know that Gu Fei and the others really had the confidence to look down on the East Moon Imperial Lord. There was no need to mention Gu Fei. The East Moon Imperial Lord was a joke in his eyes. The fatty had a powerful background. The East Moon Imperial Lord was nothing. Even Wang Zhan was not very interested in the East Moon Imperial Lord. Wang Zhan was also a god. Although he was only at the initial stage, he was still a god after all. I'm already a god. Why would I be afraid of you, the East Moon Imperial Lord? In the East Moon Empire, the god level was already in existence that stood at the peak. Of course, the factions within the East Moon Empire were also complicated. There was the Infinite Sword Sect and various cultivation clans. Even as powerful as the East Moon Empire, they were still very wary of these factions, especially the Infinite Sword Sect, which was the greatest sword sect in the East Pole. You're just a eunuch. You're not even a man, and you still dare to act mighty in front of me? The fatty sneered. You Eunuch 2 was so angry that his pale face turned the color of a pig's liver. At this moment, the fatty's hand that grabbed the square sky halberd tightened. Crack! Under everyone's shocked gazes, the square sky halberd in the hands of the divine protector broke. There was only a pole left in the divine protector's hand. The divine protector general's shock was no small matter. Before he could recover, the fatty had already grabbed the head of the square sky halberd and slapped it hard on his face, directly sending him flying. How is this possible? Eunuch 2's voice trembled. Only now did he know how terrifying these people were. No wonder these people did not care about the imperial edict of the East Moon Imperial Lord. In the eyes of these people, the imperial edict of the East Moon Imperial Lord was no different from toilet paper to wipe their butts. Boom! With a loud rumble, the divine protector of the East Moon Empire that had been sent flying by the fat man directly smashed into a nearby building. The entire building then collapsed. Cries of shock rang out everywhere, and smoke and dust filled the air. You're worthy of the title of divine protector with just this bit of cultivation. The fatty casually tossed the blade of the square sky halberd away, then suddenly raised his head to look at the androgynous fellow in the sky. Why you? What are you trying to do? I'm the messenger, representing the East Moon Imperial Lord. If you dare touch me, Eunuch 2 remained stubborn. Pa! Before Eunuch 2 could finish a sentence, he was slapped hard across the face by the fatty who had suddenly appeared in front of him. This slap to the face directly stunned this guy. So what if I touch you? The fatty looked at him with an ambiguous smile. You'll regret it, Eunuch 2 gritted his teeth. Pa! I'll regret it? Pa! Who do you think you are? Pa! I only hate you because I think highly of you. Do you understand? Pa! I'd like to see what you have to make me regret it. Pa! With that, the fatty gave him another backhand slap. Seeing how fierce the fatty was, Dong Yueshue was so shocked that she was speechless. Meanwhile, Gu Fei was still unperturbed. Wang Zhan was also extremely shocked. Lord Fatty was too fierce. That was an imperial messenger, and an imperial messenger of the East Moon Imperial Lord at that. The fatty actually beat an imperial messenger into a pig's head. Don't kill him. Dong Yueshue was still relatively calm. Although she looked down on this eunuch too. She did not want him to die here. TCH, he wants to kill me, but I can't? What a joke. The fatty sneered. Whoosh! Sensing the fatty's killing intent, Eunuch 2 immediately turned around and fled. The fatty snorted coldly and punched out. Bang! Eunuch 2 was directly blown up by the fatty's punch, his body and soul destroyed. The imperial edict fell to the ground, rolling right at Dong Yueshue's feet. This, Chapter 5717. Gu Fei and Wang Zhan did not even need to do anything. Eunuch 2, the arrogant imperial lord of the East Moon Imperial Lord, was killed by the fatty with a single punch. Dong Yueshue was dumbfounded. She did not expect fatty to be so powerful and decisive. Once he had the intention to kill, he killed Eunuch Tuesday. Although Dong Yueshue hated this arrogant guy, Eunuch 2 was favored by the Empress of the East Moon Empire. This time, Dong Yueshue ran away from the marriage mainly because the Imperial Lord wanted to confer the title of Empress. The Imperial Lord was also helpless, as the new Empress backer was just too powerful. Furthermore, the new Empress clan had the support of Swordmaster Dong Yu. Even the Imperial Lord had to lower his head at a time like this. Soon after Dong Yueshue left the imperial capital, the East Moon Empire held an Empress conferring ceremony. The imperial concubine became the Empress directly. This was also why the second prince of the East Moon Empire dared to steal Dong Yueshue's credit. Dong Yue Yuanliang was truly confident at a time like this. He wanted to use this opportunity to drag the crown prince down. However, he never expected that not only did he fail to drag the crown prince down, but he also became a joke. Right now, The second prince of the East Moon Empire was still locked in a prison carriage with the overlord war god. They were waiting to be escorted to the imperial capital tomorrow. Dong Yue Shui. I would definitely not show mercy this time. A mere eunuch dares to act so presumptuously before me? Isn't he courting death? The fatty retracted his fist. There was a hint of pride in his arrogance. I've hidden my strength well. I'm impressed. Wang Zhan clasped his hands at the fatty. Haven't you hidden your strength well too? The fatty looked at Wang Zhan with a smile that did not seem like a smile. His gaze, however, landed on Gu Fei. I'm still the best. Wang Zhan smiled. Boom! At this moment there was a loud sound. A figure shot into the sky from the collapsed pavilion in the distance, charging over with a murderous aura. This person was the divine general of the East Moon Empire who had been sent flying by the fatty earlier. To be able to become the divine general of the Hu Kingdom of the East Moon Empire, this person's cultivation was also very strong. His cultivation was at the early stage of the god level, and his god tier equipment allowed his battle prowess to far surpass those of the same cultivation level. The divine protector generals of the East Moon Empire were lofty existences. In the East Moon Empire, the divine protector generals could act first and report later, and they only obeyed the orders of the East Moon Imperial Lord. This was also why Dong Yue Shui was nervous, because the new empress could not command the heavenly protector generals. Not only did he have a high status, he wielded the power of life and death. Furthermore, his cultivation was extremely high. Even Dong Yue Shui would not dare to act recklessly in front of him, let alone others. Scram, or I'll kill you too. Lord Fatty glanced impatiently at the divine protector general. The murderous divine protector general of the East Moon Empire immediately backed down. He had no choice but to back down. This damned fatty had actually killed the eunuch, Eunuch Tuesday. This eunuch too was no simple character. Even though he was just a servant, he had cultivated the legendary Infinite Flower Manual, and his cultivation base was extremely strong. Even as the divine protector general, it would not be easy for him to kill Eunuch Tuesday. The divine protector of the East Moon Empire immediately turned around and left. Seeing this, Dong Yue Shui breathed a sigh of relief. The fatty and the others were dangerous figures. If the divine protector of the East Moon Empire clashed with the fatty and the others, there would only be one outcome. Eunuch 2 was a very good example. The fatty did not make a move and allowed the divine protector general to leave. He was not a bloodthirsty person. The divine protector of the East Moon Empire was not that arrogant and despotic eunuch Tuesday M. At this moment, Gu Fei's face suddenly became as pale as a sheet of paper, and a trickle of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. This Wang Zhan was shocked. Master, Wang Zhan was worried. Gu Fei waved his hand and wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. I'm fine. Very soon, color returned to Gu Fei's face. When the fatty and Dong Yue Shui saw this, the look in their eyes changed slightly. Wang Zhan's master was actually injured. Could it be that this guy was really a swindler? Fellow Taoist, are you all right? The fatty went up and patted Gu Fei's shoulder. Gu Fei's body swayed, and a trickle of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth again. The fatty's expression became rather strange. He patted Gu Fei's shoulder twice. He was testing Gu Fei, and with this he actually found out that this guy's cultivation was only at the godly level. Acting like an expert in front of the fatty with that bit of cultivation, the fatty was immediately displeased. However, this Wang Zhan's cultivation and battle prowess were very strong. Forget it. I'll give Wang Zhan some face and not expose this guy. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, fellow Taoist. Gu Fei glanced at the fatty with a smile. His eyes flickered with a strange look. At this moment, the injuries on his body were acting up. The extreme monarch of Wuchu's strength had almost cancelled out his own, which was why the fatty thought that his cultivation was only at the godly level. This was a huge misunderstanding. However, Gu Fei did not say anything. If this fatty wants to play, then I'll play with him. The extreme monarch of Wuchu was indeed a ruthless man with an impressive cultivation base. Even though he was injured, the guy would not be able to get away with it either. Gu Fei was confident that even though he was injured, he would be able to recover in 3 months at most. The extreme monarch of Wuchu was also injured. Even though he was guarding against sacred Master Su Tian, he would be in trouble if that guy were to attack him now. Find a place for me to rest. Gu Fei said to Wang Zhan. Yes, master. Wang Zhan glanced at Dong Yueshui. Someone. Dong Yueshui yelled. A figure immediately appeared in front of Dong Yueshui. It was Yang Fei Yin, Dong Yueshui's captain of guards. Take this senior away and settle him down. Don't neglect him, got it? Dong Yueshui said to Yang Fei Yin. Yes, your highness. Yang Fei Yin accepted the order. Thank you. Gu Fei smiled. In the eyes of the fatty and Dong Yueshui, he was a little weak now. Dong Yueshui was doing this for Wang Zhan's sake. Even if Gu Fei was a cripple, she would still order people to take good care of him, as she wanted to suck up to Wang Zhan. Wang Zhan was someone with great potential in Dong Yueshui's eyes. In fact, they did not know that the reason Gu Fei's cultivation had weakened was because of his injuries. Before his injuries acted up, he was an infinite prime. At that moment, he was indeed very weak. However, his period of weakness only lasted for less than 5 breaths of time. The fatty's luck was not very good. He tested Gu Fei when he was at his weakest, thinking that Gu Fei was really only at the immortal realm. The fatty was no longer as cautious towards Wang Zhan as before. He even looked down on Wang Zhan's master. Gu Fei saw all of this with his own eyes, but he didn't expose it. Chapter 57:18. Disciple, are those 2 friends of yours reliable? In the guest room, Gu Fei sat on the bed and asked Wang Zhan, who was kneeling on the ground. His tone was extremely calm. This, Wang Zhan did not know what to say. Of the 2 friends his master mentioned, one was the princess of the East Moon Empire, while the other was a fatty of unknown origins. Come to think of it, the 2 of them did not seem to be very reliable. They seemed to be looking down on me. Sigh, how did they know that I was only injured because I fought with Wu Chu? Gu Fei's tone was still calm. What? Wang Zhan was dumbfounded. His master actually fought with Wu Chu? Was that Wu Chu the master of the East Pole, the extreme emperor of the East Pole? Even children who did not know how to cultivate knew about the extreme emperor of the East Pole. All living beings in the East Pole knew that there was only one master, and that was the extreme emperor of the East Pole. All the factions in the East Pole submitted to the extreme emperor. The extreme emperor was the ruler of the East Pole, controlling the life and death of all living beings in the East Pole. I hope your friends don't do anything stupid. You can leave. After saying that, Gu Fei closed his eyes. In the next instant, his aura completely disappeared. If one didn't use their eyes, they wouldn't be able to sense his existence. It was as if he had become one with the void around him. This, Wang Zhan was inexplicably shocked. He carefully stood up from the ground and retreated out of the guest room step by step. He then carefully closed the door. When Wang Zhan turned around after closing the door, a hint of anger appeared on his face. How preposterous! Dong Yueshui had only arranged for an ordinary guest room for my master to stay in? That's not giving me any face at all. How could they possibly imagine their master's strength? Wang Zhan went to find Dong Yueshui furiously. Gu Fei obviously did not care. With his current cultivation level, he had transcended worldly affairs. So what if he was looked down on? So what if he was looked up to? It did not matter. However, Wang Zhan did not have Gu Fei's mentality. Your Highness, what do you mean by this? Wang Zhan found Dong Yueshui and shouted angrily at her. What do you mean? Dong Yueshui was enjoying a sumptuous lunch in the back garden of the city Lord's Manor. Fatty was roasting the thigh of an unknown divine beast on the grill at the side. A meaty aroma lingered in the air, stirring one's appetite. Humph! Wang Zhan stepped forward and grabbed the table. Then, with a ferocious swing, the table of delicacies was overturned and the floor was a mess. "Wang Zhan, what's wrong with you?" Fatty said without raising his head as he roasted his meat. "Lord Fatty, it's none of your business," Wang Zhan said unhappily. "Sure, you guys play." Fatty's gaze was fixed on the roasted meat. He was wondering if it was 80% or 60% better. "What happened to you?" Dong Yue Shui, on the other hand, looked at Wang Zhan calmly. "You're going too far. That's my master. You actually arranged a servant's room for my master to stay in?" Wang Zhan said angrily, "Isn't your master recuperating? I guarantee that no one will dare to disturb him." Dong Yue Shui said indifferently, "Preposterous. My master is my heavens. If you disrespect my master, I won't be polite to you either." Wang Zhan glared at Dong Yue Shui. The current him was no longer the cowardly Wang Zhan of the past. His powerful cultivation had given him great confidence. Dong Yue Shui smiled and said, "You're not alone. No matter what you do, you better think of your mother and sister first." "You dare to threaten me?" Wang Zhan's hands were trembling in anger. "I'm not threatening you. I'm just reminding you," Dong Yue Shui said proudly. "Want to fight with me?" This Wang Zhan is still too inexperienced. As long as I have Wang Zhan's mother and sister in my hands, Wang Zhan will be under my control. He won't dare to have any complaints or betray me. Dong Yue Shui, who was born in the royal family, also knew the art of trickery under her influence. If you want to control someone, you have to grasp that person's weakness. What was Wang Zhan's weakness? Of course, they were Wang Zhan's mother and younger sister, who he had always depended on. "Good, very good." Wang Zhan turned around and left. He wanted to take his mother and sister away directly. However, after searching the entire city lord's residence, he couldn't find his mother and sister. Damn it. At this moment, Wang Zhan finally understood why Dong Yue Shui looked like she had him in the bag. Needless to say, his mother and sister must have been sent away by Dong Yue Shui. Wang Zhan had already guessed where Dong Yue Shui had sent his mother and sister. It seemed that a trip to the East Moon royal capital was out of the question. Wang Zhan was furious. He almost couldn't help but fall out with Dong Yue Shui. But he held back. Attacking his family was crossing his bottom line. Ha ha ha! Wang Zhan stood on the steps in front of the city lord's residence and laughed. His laughter spread throughout the entire city lord's residence. In the back garden of the city lord's residence. "What you're doing is a bit too much." After the meat was cooked, he directly grabbed the golden beast leg and took a big bite, tearing off a large piece of meat and eating it. "Too much." Dong Yue Shui glanced at the food that Wang Zhan overturned on the ground and said disapprovingly, "If Wang Zhan had an extremely powerful master, she wouldn't have used this method to control him. Unfortunately, his master was only an immortal state cultivator. Moreover, this immortal state cultivator was injured. A immortal state cultivator had raised an amazing disciple. This could only mean that this disciple's talent was too heaven-defying. Therefore, Dong Yue Shui only wanted to control Wang Zhan for her own use. As for his master, forget it. Of course, it would be best if she could control Wang Zhan's master as well. I have a feeling that you will regret what you did today." The fatty ate big bowls of wine and big mouthfuls of meat, his mouth full of grease. Dong Yue Shui didn't say anything. Now she knew why the imperial family was the most ruthless. For the sake of power, some people would really do anything. Kinship and blood were nothing in the face of power. From now on, I'm going to live for myself. Dong Yue Shui gritted her teeth. The fatty glanced at Dong Yue Shui and said nothing. Dong Yue Shui had already seen the imperial edict of the East Moon royal lord. Her father actually wanted her to release her second brother and give him the credit of capturing the sky, dominating war god, as an apology. This made Dong Yue Shui, shocked, angry, and unwilling. Why? Was it because she was a woman? If she was a man, the position of crown prince of the East Moon Empire would have nothing to do with the current crown prince and second brother. Right now, the East Moon royal capital was like a gigantic beast with its mouth wide open, waiting for her to walk into its mouth. Chapter 5719. Currently, various factions were competing in the East Moon royal capital. Although it seemed peaceful on the surface, there was a great deal of fighting behind the scenes. If Dong Yue Shui escorted the overlord war god back to the royal capital, it might cause a commotion. Even the commoners in the imperial capital could feel the formless tension in the air. It was like the calm before the storm. However, this was the East Moon royal capital after all, the largest and most prosperous city in the East Moon Empire. It was also the city with the most powerful cultivators in the empire. It was impossible to survive in the East Moon royal capital without some ability. Now, Dong Yue Shui had actually chosen to defy the imperial edict. The crime of defying the imperial edict was no small matter. However, she had no choice because Eunuch 2 had been killed by the fatty with a single punch, and the Divine Protector General had also been injured by the fatty. No matter what, the matter could not be resolved peacefully because the new Empress faction would definitely make a big deal out of this. Dong Yue Shui's crime of defying the imperial edict was already set in stone. Since that was the case, Dong Yue Shui decided to be ruthless. At this time, the news of the injured Divine Protector General and Dong Yue Shui defying the imperial edict was spread in the East Moon royal capital by people with ulterior motives. For a moment, the entire royal capital was in an uproar. Everyone was in disbelief. After all, Princess Dong Yue Shui had always been an obedient girl in the eyes of the people in the royal capital. Yet she was defying the imperial edict this time? How was that possible? The East Moon royal lord was furious, and the entire court was shocked. The people who were the most pleased were the new Empress faction, because in their eyes Dong Yue Shui was on the crown prince's side. Getting rid of Dong Yue Shui was equivalent to getting rid of a great supporter of the crown prince, and the second prince would have a greater chance of ascending the throne. However, the second prince was currently in a very miserable state. He was locked in a prison carriage by Dong Yue Shui, together with the overlord war god. Mr. Jin of the Golden Sun's sacred land was also thrown into the prison carriage. Dong Yue Shui planned to set off early the next morning. She wanted to openly and majestically escort Dong Yue Yuanliang, the overlord war god, and Mr. Jin into the East Moon royal capital. With Wang Zhan and Fatty as her trump cards, she had nothing to fear. She wanted to let those who were targeting her in the eastern capital know that she, Dong Yue Shui, was not to be trifled with. If they angered this princess, the consequences would be dire. Strength was everything. No matter who you were, as long as you possessed absolute strength, you would be able to crush everything. Because this was a world where the strong were respected. Dong Yue Shui's people were preparing. At the same time, she had also made contact with the crown prince in the imperial capital and learned about the situation in the imperial capital. The situation in the imperial capital was very disadvantageous to her. But so what? Tomorrow there would be a good show in the East Moon imperial capital. Time passed very quickly. Whether it was the various factions in the East Moon royal capital or Shui's people, they were all rubbing their hands in glee, while some factions were already prepared to watch the show. Would the Crown Prince's faction crush the new Empress faction, or would the new Empress faction drag the Crown Prince down? No matter who won, it would be a good thing for the other factions. Wang Zhan, East Moon royal capital, Infinite Sword Sect. On the top floor of the Infinite Sword Pavilion, Sword Master Dong Yu sat cross-legged in the air. He suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, a person opened the door and walked in carefully. That person walked up to Sword Master Dong Yu with light steps. "Master, I've already investigated. Princess Dong Yu will leave Tianyue City tomorrow morning and will probably arrive at the imperial capital by evening. The black-clothed person said carefully, "That's it." Sword Master Dong Yu did not even open his eyes. That person called Wang Zhan seems to have a powerful background. His master has appeared. The black-clothed person answered. "I don't care who he is. Do you think I'm no match for him?" Sword Master Dong Yu suddenly opened his eyes and stared at the black-clothed person like a sword. The black-clothed person trembled in fear and hurriedly said, "No, Master is the greatest sword of the East Moon Empire. Those who dare to offend Master must be tired of living." He hurriedly flattered, "Keep an eye on them and report back." Sword Master Dong Yu said coldly, "Yes, Master." The black-clothed person retreated in fear. "He has a master. Don't I have a master?" After seeing his disciple leave, Sword Master Dong Yu's expression also turned grim. Sword Master Dong Yu's master was naturally the sword saint of the infinite sword sect. No matter how powerful Wang Zhan and his master were, could they be more powerful than a sword saint? Sword Master Dong Yu sneered, "That girl dares to humiliate my son. I'll teach her a lesson." At this moment, in the imperial harem of the East Moon Empire, the new empress directly smashed the jade cup in her hand. The servants around her were all terrified. "All of you leave." The new empress wore a phoenix crown and a phoenix robe. She sat upright and still, exuding an imposing aura. The surrounding servants hurriedly bowed to the new empress, then bowed and left. A middle-aged eunuch, standing next to the new empress, did not move. "Young mistress, that girl is so arrogant. Should we?" the middle-aged eunuch said as he stretched out his right hand and slashed diagonally in the air. "Do you have any good ideas?" A cold gleam flashed across the new empress' eyes. We can ask the people of the sky-piercing tower to do it. That way, there won't be any trouble. After all, they're professionals in this aspect." The eunuch said after some thought. "All right, we'll go all the way this time. We'll send that girl on her way. It'll be best if we can frame the crown prince. That way, we'll have an excuse to depose the crown prince." Dong Xianfeng squinted her eyes. Her lips curled up slightly, revealing a cold smile. Yes, Dong Xianfeng's confidant could not help but admire Dong Xianfeng even more. As expected of the young mistress, this plan of killing two birds with one stone was truly vicious. At this moment, in another part of the imperial palace, in a warm room, Royal Lord Dong Yu was reading through memorials while the crown prince, Dong Yue Haoyang, waited on his side. "What's going on with the Hu family? Do they want to break off the engagement?" Royal Lord Dong Yu directly threw the memorial in his hand onto the ground. "What?" Crown Prince Dong Yue Haoyang was shocked. He quickly picked up the memorial and took a look. It was indeed from General Hu Ben. He wanted to break off the engagement. The engagement between the number one of the younger generation of the Hu family and Dong Yue Shui was not something that could be easily broken off. Furthermore, the engagement could only be broken off by Dong Yue Shui, not the Hu family. Clearly, the Hu family wanted to draw a clear line between them. To the Hu family, the current Dong Yue Shui, it was definitely a huge trouble. Anyone who got involved with her would be in deep trouble. The news of Dong Yue Shui, defying the imperial edict, had already spread throughout the entire eastern capital. "Father, this!" The crown prince looked at Royal Lord Dong Yu in shock. "The third girl has really gotten herself into big trouble this time." Royal Lord Dong Yu felt helpless as well. It's such a nice day. Chapter 5720. Dong Yue Shui reorganized herself in Skyway City. She gathered thousands of people and formed a new team, escorting the tyrant war god and Dong Yue Yuanliang back to the East Moon royal capital. The team set off in a grandiose manner, their banners fluttering in the wind. Dong Yue Shui wore a feather robe and rode at the front of the team on her horned fire tiger. Wang Zhan and Fatty followed beside her. These two were her trump cards. With Wang Zhan and Fatty by her side, Dong Yue Shui, did not have to worry about anyone attacking her. She wanted to return to the royal capital in style. However, Gu Fei did not show himself. Wang Zhan prepared a carriage for him. When the team set off, Gu Fei entered the carriage. In this group, there was only one carriage with a carriage. In fact, this made this carriage very conspicuous in the group. However, Gu Fei did not care. A distance of several hundred kilometers was nothing to an Earth realm cultivator who could fly, but it would take at least half a day to walk on the ground. The road between Skyway City and the royal capital was not difficult. Moreover, everyone in Dong Yue Shui, Arya's team was a cultivator, so they were much stronger than ordinary people. The team's speed was not slow either. However, everyone knew that the journey would not be easy because many people did not want Dong Yue Shui to return to the royal capital, especially the new empress Dong Shunfeng and the others. Because Dong Yue Shui had thrown Dong Yue Yuanliang into a prison carriage and escorted him back to the royal capital, it was a great humiliation to Dong Yue Yuanliang. As for the empress, Dong Yue Shui, humiliating Dong Yue Yuanliang was like slapping them in the face, and it was a resounding slap. If Dong Yue Shui really escorted Dong Yue Yuanliang back to the royal capital, where would the empress and the others put their face? If Dong Yue Yuanliang, the second successor to the throne, was really stuffed into a prison carriage and escorted back to the royal capital, he would probably never be able to sit on the throne for the rest of his life. After all, the royal lord did not have the final say in the Dong Yue royal family. There was still the royal elders. It was impossible for the elders of the royal family to allow a prince who had lost all face in front of the entire city to inherit the position of the emperor. The royal family of Dong Yue also wanted face. Is there going to be a good show so soon? Gu Fei, who was in the carriage, suddenly frowned. They had only left Sky Moon City for less than an hour, but there were already many powerful auras in the vicinity. There was a direct road between Tianyue City and the Imperial City. The path passed by forests, valleys, and even rivers. Therefore, it would not be difficult for those people in the dark to make a move on Dong Yue Shui. This was because there were many places where he could set up an ambush and wait for Dong Yu and Shui to fall into the trap. At this moment, Gu Fei sensed that there were many people hiding in the woods on both sides of the road. Gu Fei didn't warn Dong Yu, Shui and the others. He also didn't tell Wang Zhan that there was an ambush ahead. This was also a form of training for Wang Zhan. If Wang Zhan was prepared in advance, then there would be no training at all. Gu Fei wanted to test Wang Zhan's ability to deal with unexpected situations. People had to go through all kinds of tests to truly grow. No one could succeed casually. Dong Yu Shui rode at the front of the group on her horned fire tiger. She wore battle armor and boots, with an ancient sword hanging on her waist. She looked valiant and heroic, and as she looked around, there was a smug expression on her face. As long as she could return to the Imperial City, her second brother Dong Yue Yuanliang would be finished. No one would be able to threaten the crown prince's position. Most importantly, she wanted to live for herself. The great merit of capturing the overlord war, God alive, could be exchanged for what she wanted from her father. She didn't even hesitate to defy the imperial edict. The more Dong Yu Shui thought about it, the more excited she became. I, Dong Yu Shui, also have a day where I can make a name for myself. In the future, I can do whatever I want and go wherever I want. As long as I'm strong enough, even my father won't be able to control me. Wang Zhan, who was following Dong Yu Shui, felt extremely depressed. This Dong Yu Shui seemed to have changed a little, but he couldn't tell what had happened to her. At this time, the trees on both sides of the road began to grow denser. Stop! The fatty suddenly raised his hand and shouted. The advancing group immediately stopped. What? Everyone was shocked. Dong Yu Shui looked at the fatty in confusion. At this time, there was an air-piercing sound. Rays of black light suddenly shot out from the trees on both sides of the road, shooting towards Dong Yu Shui and the soldiers in group. The arrows aimed at Dong Yushui and the fatty were all blocked, but they couldn't block the arrows that were aimed at the others. In the next moment, screams could be heard everywhere. The soldiers that Dong Yushui brought with her from Skyu City were all hit by the arrows and fell to the ground. Uft! A long arrow was shot straight at the carriage Gu Fei was in, stabbing into the wooden plank next to the carriage's entrance. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Dong Yushui shouted at the top of her lungs. Soon, the soldiers under Dong Yushui moved quickly. The archers immediately readied their bows and counterattacked. Screams could be heard from the trees on both sides of the road. At the same time, an old man in green suddenly appeared in front of Dong Yushui and the others. A cold aura surged out from this person's body, causing the surrounding temperature to drop rapidly. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Mysterious Yin Qi. Gu Fei, who was in the carriage with the group, sensed the aura and his expression turned grim. Could this guy be the successor of Old Ghost of Yin Mountain? Gu Fei thought to himself, this Old Ghost of Yin Mountain was not someone to be trifled with. With his current cultivation and battle strength, he was far from being a match for Old Ghost of Yin Mountain. One should know that Old Ghost of Yin Mountain was in the Saint Realm. You stay, then scram. The person who came was extremely arrogant. In his eyes, these people were just ants. What did you say? Dong Yushui was already annoyed when she saw someone blocking the way. Now that this guy told her to scram, she laughed angrily. Which one of you wants to have a go? Dong Yushui said to Wang Zhan and Fatty. Old Gu, you go. Dong Yushui suddenly turned to Wang Zhan. All right. Wang Zhan said helplessly. He then appeared in front of the old man in a flash. You're courting death. The old man in green roared and threw a punch at Gu Fei. A violent force exploded, causing the surrounding void to tremble. At the same time, a group of people charged out from the trees on both sides of the road and began fighting with the soldiers of Skymoon City. A masked man waved a broadsword in his hand and charged into the carriage that Gu Fei was in. In the next moment, the unlucky guy flew out of the carriage and smashed into the old man in front of the group. Boom! Wang Zhan and the green-robed old man's fists collided in an instant, resulting in a deafening explosion. Wang Zhan felt a huge force coming from the old man's fist, causing him to stagger back. The old man only took a step back and dodged the attack. Chapter 57:21. The people in the dark could no longer sit still. There were truly many people in the East Moon royal capital who did not wish to see Dong Yushui return to the capital, as once she did, it would immediately ignite the conflict between all parties. Originally, all the major organizations were fighting in the dark. Once Dong Yushui returned to the imperial capital, all the hidden battles would immediately turn into open conflict. The entire Dongyue Empire would probably descend into chaos. Even the East Moon Empire did not wish to see internal strife erupt in the East Moon Empire, which would give the enemy an opportunity to take advantage of. At this moment, at the borders of the East Moon Empire, the million-strong army of the tyrannical Heaven Tyrant Empire pressed down. Even the #1 war god of the East Moon Empire, Dongyue Lingxiao, had already rushed to Black Qilin City. With Dongyue Lingxiao overseeing Black Qilin City, they managed to stop the million-strong elite army of the tyrannical Heaven Dynasty. The war between the tyrannical Sky Empire and the Eastern Moon Empire was on the verge of breaking out. Moreover, in order to rescue the Overlord War God, the tyrannical Sky Empire had even sent out countless elites to infiltrate the East Moon Empire. These people were all waiting for an opportunity to strike. In particular, the Tongtian Tower was also involved. The Skysplit Tower was the East Pole's #1 assassin organization. It was a force that was overseen by Killer Saint. In the East Pole, no one dared to ignore the existence of the Skysplit Tower. In the last few hundred kilometers of the journey, those people would do anything to harm Dong Yushui. Dong Yushui And the others would surely encounter unimaginable dangers along the way. Not many of them would be able to reach the capital in the end. However, everyone knew that as long as they could reach the imperial city and enter the imperial city, they would be able to enjoy glory, splendor, and wealth. Her Highness the Princess had promised. Otherwise, who would be willing to play around with their lives when the journey was so dangerous? Only great rewards could attract people, give them hope, and make them work for Dong Yueshue. It had to be said that Dong Yueshue, who was born in the Dong Yue royal family, truly understood people very well. Even Wang Zhan had no choice but to listen obediently. Sure enough, just an hour after they left Sky Moon City, when they passed by a forest, countless black shadows appeared on both sides of the road. These fellows were dressed in black tights and wore black hoods. There were 2 holes in the hoods, revealing only their eyes. Kill! Battle cries rang out, accompanied by the flashes of swords. Many people fell to the ground, and the smell of blood permeated the air. The people who attacked Dong Yueshue, group, were meticulously arranged, each of them as ferocious as wild beasts, and none of them were afraid of death. Pooh! One of the black-robed men stabbed a battle soldier in the chest, but he was immediately cut down by a dozen or so battle soldiers who swarmed around him. However, this fellow was extremely ferocious. When he fell to the ground, he even dragged a battle soldier with him. Then he pounced forward and bit the battle soldier's neck. These guys really didn't want to live anymore. The soldiers under Dong Yueshue were not cowards, but they were still frightened by the ferocity of these black-clothed men. Countless black shadows directly charged into Dong Yueshue's group, causing them to fall into chaos. For some unknown reason, the carriage Gu Fei was in had become the target of those black-clothed men. Gu Fei had just sent one of the black-clothed men flying when another 2 black-clothed men rushed in from outside. Gu Fei then sent another 2 black-clothed men flying. However, another 4 or 5 black-clothed men rushed in. Holy shit, it's not over yet? Gu Fei was depressed. I just wanted to keep a low profile for a while. Was that wrong? With a wave of his hand, the 4 or 5 black-clothed men directly smashed through the carriage and flew out. Master! Wang Zhan was shocked when he turned around and saw this. He immediately flew up and pounced at the carriage Gu Fei was in. Sigh! Seeing that Wang Zhan was abandoning her, Dong Yueshue wanted to stop him. However, at this moment, a sharp arrow was shot directly at her. Dong Yueshue tilted her head to the side, and the arrow flew past her forehead, hitting a fighter not far behind her. The soldier let out a blood-curdling screech, fell off his horse, and breathed his last. Damn it! Dong Yueshue was both shocked and furious. She never thought that the journey would be smooth sailing, but she did not expect those people to be so eager to make a move. The carriage was smashed, and Gu Fei stood on the carriage without a carriage. His body did not emit the slightest fluctuation of yuan qi, as if he was an ordinary person without any cultivation. At this moment, more than 10 black-clothed men held weapons in their hands and charged fiercely at Gu Fei, who was standing on the carriage. Gu Fei stood proudly on the carriage with his hands behind his back. A light breeze blew past, causing his clothes and hair to flutter slightly. His expression was calm. He did not take these people seriously at all. Is this guy the king of the world of posers? Fatty was speechless when he saw this. In Fatty's eyes, Gu Fei's calm demeanor was undoubtedly showing off. A guy who could show off at any time, anywhere, was the king of posers. However, Fatty did not expect that Gu Fei did not care about showing off at all. Courting death! At this moment, Wang Zhan directly landed beside Gu Fei like a god descending from the heavens. He then grabbed the air with his right hand, and a saber on the ground immediately flew into his hand. Swoosh! Wang Zhan swung the saber in his hand in a circle, and a perfect circle of saber light immediately slashed out in all directions. Wherever the blade light passed, the dozen or so black-clothed men charging at Gu Fei were sent flying. Each of the black-clothed men's upper and lower bodies were directly separated from each other. What? The other black-clothed men were stunned seeing this. Wang Zhan killed more than a dozen black-clothed men with a single move. He stood beside Gu Fei, holding the saber in his hand, and glanced at the surrounding black-clothed men in a majestic manner. "Divine state, it's the divine state," one of the black-clothed men suddenly exclaimed. "So what? I'm also in the divine state." At this moment, a loud shout was heard, and a tall guy walked out from the forest. This guy was not dressed in black, and he did not have a black mask on his head. Instead, he had an animal's skin tied around his waist, and his upper body was bare. He carried a huge saber on his shoulder. This guy had a ferocious face, fluffy hair, and a pair of big bare feet. He strode in big strides towards Gu Fei and Wang Zhan. His whole body was filled with murderous intent, as if he was a barbarian from the wilderness. He gave off an incomparably wild and ferocious feeling. Damn, where did this barbarian come from? Wang Zhan could not help but be shocked when he saw this guy. He could feel a dangerous aura from this guy. "Little guy, you don't even know your grandfather, Wild King of the Black Deity Ridge. How can you survive in the underworld?" The barbarian guy grinned at Wang Zhan. This guy did not even smile, but when he smiled, he suddenly became even more ferocious. "Kill!" More than a dozen soldiers directly charged towards Wild King. "Ha ha!" Wild King laughed loudly as he swung his saber horizontally, and the dozen soldiers were instantly cut in half at the waist. A bandit from the Black Deity Ridge? Chapter 57:22. The Black God Ridge was a famous place in the Dongyue Empire. The Black God Ridge gathered the most powerful bandits and bandits in the entire Dongyue Empire. These people were all brave and ruthless. The Lord of the Black God Ridge was definitely an impressive figure to be able to gather all the unruly, vicious, and merciless fellows in the entire East Moon Empire. This Black God Ridge Lord was truly an extraordinary existence, because not only was the Black God Ridge Lord powerful, he was also mysterious. No one had ever seen his true appearance, and no one knew if the Black God Ridge Lord was a man or a woman. The fact that the people of the Black God Ridge suddenly appeared to attack Dongyue Shui, group, shocked her. But so what? Although Dongyue Shui was surprised, she was not worried. The Black God Ridge was just a motley crew of bandits. In Dongyue Shui's eyes, these bandits were not worth mentioning at all. However, when Wild King of the Black God Ridge made his move, Dongyue Shui knew that he was not someone to be trifled with. He was actually a godly realm cultivator. The godly realm, be it the beginner or the peak, they were all real godly realm cultivators. Being in the godly realm, they could crush all cultivators below the godly realm. It couldn't be helped. This was the difference in cultivation level. Once the godly realm cultivator made his move, the soldiers that Dongyue Shui brought from Skyleap City were in trouble. Although they were all elite soldiers, they were still a mess against a godly realm cultivator. They could only be tortured. Boom! Wild King was extremely wild. He swung the machete in his hand, and an extremely sharp saber chi immediately rushed out from the machete. It instantly soared hundreds of meters and directly slashed at the carriage that Gu Fei and Wang Zhan were in. Wherever the saber chi passed, people and horses were thrown off their feet. Anyone or anything that was in its way was directly split in half. The power of this slash could only be described as killing gods and demons. Meanwhile, Gu Fei stood indifferently on the carriage. He had no intention of making a move. Wang Zhan sneered and stood in front of Gu Fei. Then he threw a punch at the sharp saber chi. The violent fist force turned into a ferocious tiger. The fist force was like a tiger, and its power could be considered terrifying. One had to know that Wang Zhan wasn't someone to be trifled with. He had been painstakingly trained by Gu Fei's divine sense. What kind of ferocious fellow hadn't he seen before? Buzz! The air trembled as the two forces collided. Wang Zhan's fist, which had transformed into a ferocious tiger, was split into two halves. However, at the same time that Wild King's sword energy split the ferocious tiger in half, the sword energy was also neutralized by Wang Zhan's fist energy. The first fight between the two immortal realm warriors seemed to be a tie. However, Wild King of the Black God Ridge narrowed his eyes when he saw this scene. Others might not be able to tell, but Wild King knew. On the surface, it looked like a draw. However, Wild King was using a large machete. Although the machete did not look like much, it was a true divine weapon. As for Wang Zhan, he used his fists. This was the difference. If both of them used their fists, the outcome would be unpredictable. Interesting. Fatty laughed from afar. Wang Zhan's improvement was beyond his expectations. This fellow seemed to be improving every day. This kind of cultivation speed was really shocking. With Wang Zhan's cultivation speed, it would not take long for him to break through to the middle stages of the immortal state. This was also the reason why Fatty looked at Wang Zhan differently. Moreover, Wang Zhan's sister had the rare celestial body of extreme Yin. This kind of body was a natural talent in the cultivation world. Even those super sects would be jealous of her. Fatty had his eyes on Wang Zhan's sister, the great bandit of the Black God Ridge. What a big name, but it seems that he is just SOSO. Wang Zhan stood proudly on the horse carriage, blocking in front of Gu Fei. He stared coldly at Wild King, who was dragging his machete and approaching him step by step. Is that so? Wild King grinned as he stomped on the ground with his right foot. His whole body leaped up from the ground and directly arrived above Wang Zhan. Then he slashed down with his machete. This time it was not saber chi, but a real machete. Wild King's power was unparalleled and incomparably wild. This time, the power of his machete was much stronger than the previous one. It was as if he could even split a sacred mountain in half with his machete. One fist to break the limit. Wang Zhan continued to throw a punch. The instant his fist punched out, it actually started to shine with a dazzling golden light, as if it had been forged from refined gold. All the power of the fist was concentrated on Wang Zhan's right fist, without a single bit of it leaking out. Wild King's pupils shrank. With his cultivation level, he could naturally see the power of Wang Zhan's fist. The power of the fist was not released, but once it exploded, it would definitely be earth-shattering. You want to use your fist to block my machete. Wild King grinned as he ruthlessly slashed at Wang Zhan's golden fist. Gu Fei, who was standing behind Wang Zhan, was still calm and collected. Although the power of Wild King's machete was strong, he was still incomparably calm. It was as if even if a sacred mountain collapsed in front of him, his expression would not change. Gu Fei had a lot of confidence in Wang Zhan. However, the onlookers were not optimistic about Wang Zhan's chances. One had to know that Wang Zhan's opponent was Wild King of the Black Deity Ridge. He was a ferocious person of the East Moon Empire. In the East Moon Empire, Wild King was an existence that caused people to turn pale at the mention of his name. However, everyone seemed to have forgotten that the Overlord of War God was also captured by Wang Zhan. Of course, at that time, Wang Zhan was still Gu Fei's doppelganger in the Unbounded Realm. Now, Wang Zhan was no longer Gu Fei's doppelganger. His battle experience, battle techniques, and even his experiences could not be compared to Gu Fei's. However, this was a secret between Gu Fei and Wang Zhan. In this world, only the two of them knew about it. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Wang Zhan's golden fist instantly collided with Wild King's machete. Clang! When the fist and the machete collided, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. Everyone felt that it was incomparably ear-piercing. The surrounding soldiers covered their ears and fell to the ground, screaming in pain. Even Dong Yue Shui, Fatty, and the rest felt their ears buzzing. What? Wild King, who originally thought that he could kill Wang Zhan with a single slash, could not believe the scene in front of him. His opponent had actually used his fist to block his machete. He only felt a strong force exploding from his opponent's fist. It was unstoppable. Both of his hands trembled, and the hands that were holding the machete immediately became numb. Then, the machete actually flew out of Wild King's hands. Wild King felt as if he had been hit by a divine mountain. He flew out and crashed into the forest beside the main road. On the horse carriage, Wang Zhan still maintained his punching posture. His posture was extremely cool. Everyone who witnessed this scene was stunned. Just one punch, and he sent Wild King of the Black Deity Ridge flying with his machete? Chapter 57:23. Wang Zhan sent Wild King of the Black Deity Ridge flying with a single punch, shocking everyone. Wild King of the Black Deity Ridge was a ruthless man of his generation. In the East Moon Empire, he was someone who would turn pale at the mention of his name. However, such a powerful and ruthless man was actually sent flying by a single punch from Wang Zhan. Not only were countless soldiers stunned, but even Dong Yue Shui and Fatty were shocked. Especially Dong Yue Shui. She was the princess of the East Moon Empire and the most beloved daughter of the East Moon Imperial Lord. She knew that the East Moon Empire had once sent troops to attack the Black Deity Ridge. However, after a great battle, the army of the East Moon Empire was utterly defeated by the bandits of the Black God Ridge. They were utterly routed and returned in defeat. Even the East Moon Empire could not do anything to those ruthless people of the Black Deity Ridge. However, who would have thought that Wild King of the Black Deity Ridge would actually be defeated by Wang Zhan with a single punch? This did not mean that Wild King of the Black Deity Ridge was useless, but that Wang Zhan's battle prowess was too heaven-defying. Roar! Just as everyone was in shock, a roar came from the forest. The next moment, a powerful wave of yuan qi erupted from the forest beside the road. Countless trees were directly shattered by this wave of energy. Wood chips flew everywhere, and many people were hit by the wood chips. They screamed and retreated. An extremely wild figure rushed out of the forest and charged towards Wang Zhan. This person stretched out his right hand, and the machete that had fallen far away immediately flew back into his hand. His right hand, which was still bleeding, grabbed the machete. Kill! Without any hesitation, Wild King, whose hair was disheveled and mouth was bleeding, roared and slashed at Wang Zhan again. You're not done yet? Wang Zhan was furious. He could not retreat because his master was behind him. He could not let this guy scare his master. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the machete that was slashing at him. He still ignored the sharpness of the machete. His hand seemed to be cast from immortal divine iron, and when it collided with the blade, there was a sound of metal rubbing against each other. How is this possible? Wild King was really stunned. Why was this guy even more arrogant than him? He actually used his hand to grab his machete. Could it be that this guy's Taoist body was so strong that it could ignore a divine-level Tao tool? He had never met such a powerful Taoist body, because no one had ever dared to use their flesh and blood to resist his machete. The strength that Wang Zhan had displayed had truly exceeded his understanding. In the next moment, Wang Zhan's left fist landed heavily on Wild King's face. Wild King's face immediately bloomed. He screamed in pain as he let go of the machete in his hand and flew backwards. At this moment, the black-robed men actually began to retreat. You want to leave? Shui took out the East Moon bow and pulled the bowstring. An arrow of light immediately condensed on the bowstring. Swoosh! As soon as Shui loosened her grip, the arrow of light turned into a beam of cold light and shot out, piercing through the heart of a man in black who was about to retreat into the forest. The morale of Dong Yu Shui, soldiers, was greatly boosted, and they charged at the black-robed men with all their might. Wild King landed on the ground and knocked a few soldiers into the air. He then turned around and fled. To think that Dong Yue Shui, team was filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. He had been careless. After being sent flying by Wang Zhan's 2 consecutive punches, Wild King had no choice but to flee. If he did not escape, the third punch would really kill him. Even the ferocious bandits of the Black God Ridge treasured their lives very much. After all, they only had one life. If they were to die, everything would be over. Wild King did not want to die here. Wang Zhan saw that Wild King was about to escape and wanted to chase after him. "Don't chase a cornered enemy," Gu Fei said calmly. Wang Zhan heard this and immediately retracted his right leg that had just stepped out. "Yes, master." At this moment, Dong Yushui continuously shot arrows of light, continuously killing the escaping black-robed men. Needless to say, Dong Yushui's archery skills were really not bad. 1 arrow for 1 person. In the blink of an eye, 7 to 8 black-robed men had been killed by her. Dong Yushui saw that Wild King was about to escape and immediately shot an arrow at him. Damn it! Wild King was enraged. He hurriedly dodged, but the arrow was like lightning. A flower of blood bloomed on his left shoulder. He then staggered and fell to the ground, swallowing a mouthful of mud. He leapt up from the ground with all his might and plunged straight into the forest beside the road, quickly disappearing far away. "Little girl, if I don't take revenge for this, I am not a man." Wild King's angry roar could be heard from afar. Hearing this, Dong Yushui's face turned pale. It was not a good thing to be remembered by a godly state fella. Moreover, this fella was a bandit of the Black Deity Ridge. She glanced at Fatty beside her. "Why are you looking at me?" Fatty also looked at Dong Yushui. "I say, you have received benefits. You should help me no matter what." Dong Yushui said in annoyance. The reason why she was so confident and wanted to return to the imperial capital in glory and slap the new empress in the face was because she had invited Fatty, a person who was not even afraid of an infinite prime. On that day, when the infinite prime came to Black Chilin City, only Wang Zhan and Fatty could still stand, facing the might of the supreme existence. That scene had been deeply imprinted in Dong Yushui's mind. It was too shocking. That was the supreme existence of the infinite prime, the most powerful existence in the infinite realm. Once the infinite prime appeared, all living beings would bow down. Those who were not afraid of the pressure of the supreme existence were naturally not ordinary people. After receiving benefits from you, I will naturally protect you. With me here, no one can touch you. Fatty patted his chest and said. He continued, "I only promised not to let anyone touch you, but I never agreed to be your fighter." Dong Yushui was speechless. Dragon Elephant Man, Yang Yunfei, do a head count and organize the troops. Dong Yushui ordered Dragon Elephant Man and Yang Yunfei. Although she couldn't order Fatty around, she could order her subordinates around. "Yes, Your Highness." Dragon Elephant Man and Yang Yunfei accepted the order and began to do a head count. Those masked men in black had already escaped. Those who could not escape were directly killed by Dong Yushui. Soldiers and those who were not completely dead were killed. He couldn't be soft-hearted towards these vicious and evil fellows. "Master, I will have the carriage repaired immediately." Wang Zhan was extremely respectful in front of Gu Fei. "Forget it. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Just find me a mount." Gu Fei waved his hand and said, "This, yes." Wang Zhan said and retreated. Wang Zhan did not dare to be negligent when his master wanted a mount. But after looking around, the best mount in the team was the horned fire tiger that Dong Yushui was riding on. "Your Royal Highness, my master wants a mount. Give your mount to my master." Wang Zhan went straight to Dong Yushui. What? Dong Yushui was immediately displeased. He wanted her to give her mount to that sickly man. Chapter 57:24. Just because the disciple was powerful did not mean that the master was necessarily powerful. Some people did not have much cultivation, but the disciples they taught were extremely powerful. Their cultivation and battle prowess far surpassed that of the master. Something like this had happened before in the Limitless Sword sect. There was such an unconventional existence in the Limitless Sword sect. That person's cultivation in the way of the sword was really a mess, but the disciples he taught were each more powerful than the last. They were all famous experts of the way of the sword in the East Pole. His eldest disciple had even broken through to the saint realm and became a sword saint of the Infinite Sword sect. However, his cultivation was still in the earth realm. This was a huge rumor in the cultivation world of the Infinite Realm. In Dong Yue Shui Er's eyes, Wang Zhan's talent was too heaven-defying, so his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. Meanwhile, her master was easily injured by someone. It was obvious that the disciple was stronger than the master. In the cultivation world, strength was everything. Dong Yue Shui thought highly of Wang Zhan, but she did not take his sickly master seriously. Dong Yue Shui did not know that she had lost a chance to make the East Moon Empire soar. Once an opportunity was missed, it would never come again. What made Dong Yue Shui very angry was that Wang Zhan actually wanted her to give her mount to his sickly master. Are you out of your mind? You actually want me to give my mount to your master? Dong Yue Shui's expression immediately turned cold. Furthermore, my mount isn't something that just anyone can tame. If anyone wants to tame my mount, they'll have to first see if they have the ability to do so. Dong Yue Shui sneered. Her mount was a horned fire tiger. This horned fire tiger was originally the mount of the Screech City Lord. In order to curry favor with Dong Yue Shui, the Screech City Lord gave the horned fire tiger to her. The horned fire tiger was a ferocious beast in itself. Moreover, it was at the peak of the heaven realm. Ordinary people would not be able to get close to it. Dong Yue Shui could control the horned fire tiger because she had the beast taming seal of the horned fire tiger. As long as the beast taming seal was in Dong Yue Shui's hands, the horned fire tiger would obediently listen to her, not daring to resist. You don't have to worry about that. You just have to hand over the horned fire tiger to me. Wang Zhan frowned when he saw the disdainful expression on Dong Yue Shui's face. A heaven realm cultivator dared to treat his master with disdain? Wang Zhan didn't say anything. Does that master of yours have the qualifications to sit on my mount? Dong Yue Shui laughed angrily. Tisk, it's just a heaven realm beast. What can it do? Wang Zhan said coldly. You must have my mount. Dong Yue Shui stared coldly at Wang Zhan, her expression darkening. She was starting to feel displeased. Yes, Wang Zhan didn't want to waste words with Dong Yue Shui. Dong Yue Shui was enraged. Wang Zhan, don't you know what's good for you? You should know who you are now. Scram! Wang Zhan had been suppressing his anger for a long time. His sister and mother had been secretly sent away by Dong Yue Shui. He didn't even know where they were locked up. Thinking of this, Wang Zhan gritted his teeth in anger. One must know that the most important family he had in this world were only his mother and sister. Dong Yue Shui dared to have designs on them. This had crossed Wang Zhan's bottom line. It's simple if you want me to scram. But before that, please tell me where my mother and sister are. I'll be eternally grateful. Wang Zhan also stared at Dong Yue Shui with a solemn expression. Wang Zhan, oh Wang Zhan, you're destined to never escape from my grasp. Dong Yue Shui suddenly laughed. As long as she had these two trump cards, Wang Zhan would have to listen to her obediently. Wang Zhan was furious. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed at Dong Yue Shui, who was on the horned fire tiger. Dong Yue Shui immediately felt her body tighten. She was wrapped up by an invisible force and flew towards Wang Zhan involuntarily. Wang Zhan, Dong Yue Shui was shocked. She did not expect Wang Zhan to attack her. Roar! The horned fire tiger Dong Yue Shui was riding roared and pounced at Wang Zhan. A gust of wind immediately filled the air. This was a ferocious tiger at the peak of the heavenly realm. The power of its pounce was not to be underestimated. Its claws were so sharp that they could pierce through stone and metal. Scram! With a kick, Wang Zhan sent the ferocious heavenly beast flying, smashing it into the forest beside the road. Boom! A ball of fire exploded in the forest, and a large area of the forest was directly burned to ashes by this ball of fire. The horned fire tiger's body burst with terrifying divine fire, causing a wave of heat to spread out. The surrounding people hurriedly retreated. This was a heavenly beast. Not everyone was as amazing as Wang Zhan. Wang Zhan grabbed Dong Yueshui by the neck and lifted her into the air. The people around them were all shocked to see this. Your Royal Highness, Longxiang Man and Yang Feiyun rushed over. Wang Zhan, are you crazy? Wang Zhan, let go of Her Royal Highness. Longxiang Man and Yang Feiyun roared at Wang Zhan at the same time. If anything happened to Dong Yueshui, they would die with her. At this moment, all the warriors drew their weapons and surrounded them, especially the dozens of subordinates Dong Yueshui subdued in Black Qilin City. They stared at Wang Zhan because Dong Yueshui had placed a seal on them. If Dong Yueshui died, they would die with her. If I die, you will never see your mother and sister again. Dong Yueshui looked at Wang Zhan, whose eyes were red. She was truly afraid. Brother Wang, just scare her. Don't be serious. At this moment, Fatty also spoke. He had received benefits from Dong Yueshui, after all. He could not let Wang Zhan bully her under his nose. If I want to kill you, it will be as easy as crushing an ant. Wang Zhan waved his right hand and threw Dong Yueshui away. Yang Feiyun hurried forward to catch her, but she was only a half-step heaven realm. How could she catch Dong Yueshui, who was thrown by Wang Zhan? The two of them rolled on the ground, covered in dust, and looked extremely pathetic. You better protect my mother and sister, otherwise you know the consequences. Wang Zhan looked at Dong Yueshui, who was getting up from the ground. He did not expect their relationship to turn out like this. Did he change, or did Dong Yueshui change? Sigh. He could not help but sigh. Roar. At this moment, the horned fire tiger that was kicked away by Wang Zhan roared. It leaped from afar and pounced at Wang Zhan. Evil creature. Wang Zhan waited for the flaming tiger to pounce on him before he dashed forward. He extended his right hand and grabbed the flaming tiger's head, smashing the flaming tiger's head to the ground. Bang! Dust flew everywhere. Wang Zhan smashed the fire tiger's huge head into the ground and pressed it down. The horned fire tiger roared and scratched with its claws, creating two huge pits on the ground. If you don't behave, I'll kill you and roast you, Wang Zhan said coldly. In the next moment, the fierce tiger quieted down and did not dare to move. This horned fire tiger was a peak heaven realm heavenly beast. It had long gained sentience. Master, this disciple could only find such a mount. I hope Master will not blame this disciple. Wang Zhan came before Gu Fei and bowed carefully. The incomparably ferocious single-horned fire tiger was currently following behind Wang Zhan like an extremely obedient cat. Chapter 57:25. Wang Zhan actually snatched Dong Yueshui's mount in front of everyone. This was a public slap to her face, causing her to lose face in front of all her subordinates. However, the fist was the law. Wang Zhan did not care whether Dong Yueshui would lose face or not. If not for his scruples, Wang Zhan would have been even more ruthless. Fatty was just a bystander at this moment. He did not stand up for Dong Yueshui, because he had only promised to protect her. He was not one of her hired thugs. Dong Yueshui, whose mount was snatched by Wang Zhan, could only find a black dragon colt to ride on temporarily. When Dong Yueshui saw Wang Zhan give her horned fire tiger to his sickly master, she sneered. The horned fire tiger was a peak heaven realm fierce beast, which was also known as a heavenly beast in the limitless realm. Heavenly beasts were not so easy to subdue. Even if it was Dong Yue Shui, if she did not have the beast-taming seal, she would probably be eaten by the heavenly beast the moment she got close. Such heavenly beasts were not to be trifled with, and the horned fire tiger's beast-taming seal was in her hands. Dong Yue Shui was waiting for Gu Fei to make a fool of himself. Fatty looked at the gloating Dong Yue Shui, and could not help but shake his head. He was also happy to watch the show from the side. Having a show to watch was always more interesting than not. The beast-taming seal was a method of controlling powerful, fierce beasts in the limitless realm. With the beast-taming seal in hand, the fierce beast's life or death was at the mercy of the fierce beast's master. Earth realm, heaven realm, God realm, and even sage realm savage beasts, as long as they were captured and a beast-taming seal was planted on them, there was only one outcome. They would be at the mercy of their master. Savage beasts at Earth realm and above had already developed intelligence that was not inferior to humans. These savage beasts did not want to die. Therefore, the controlled savage beasts could only obey orders obediently. Of course, these savage beasts did not listen to anyone's orders. Every subdued savage beast would have a beast-taming seal, which sealed a wisp of the savage beast's life soul. If the savage beast angered its master, the master would destroy the imperial beast seal, and the savage beast would die. The one-horned fire tiger did not dare to be impudent in front of Wang Zhan. But this savage beast was after all a heavenly beast. How could it be willing to become the mount of a sickly man? At this moment, Gu Fei had completely restrained his aura. He was like an ordinary person with no cultivation at all. There was no other way. Gu Fei was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger again. Master, please get on the horse. No, please get on the tiger. Wang Zhan said respectfully, Disciple is considerate. When I have time, I will give you a few pointers. Gu Fei nodded his head in satisfaction. Then he mounted the tiger. This disciple was not lazy at all. This was the benefit of having a disciple. Just as Gu Fei mounted the one-horned fire tiger, the one-horned fire tiger beneath him immediately roared in a low voice. There's going to be a good show. In the distance, Dong Yue Shui was gloating as she prepared to see Gu Fei being thrown off the horse by the one-horned fire tiger. It should be the miserable scene of him falling off the tiger. Be good. Since you and I have met, it can be considered fate. When we reach our destination, I will give you an opportunity. As Gu Fei said this, he rubbed the one-horned fire tiger's head. TCH, he's just a sickly man, and he dares to say that he will give someone an opportunity? Does he think he is a supreme infinite prime? In the distance, Dong Yue Shui could not help but sneer. She was very disdainful. Giving a savage beast a great opportunity just like that? What a joke. Even the fatty at the side did not think much of it. After all, an opportunity was not something that could be given casually, and not everyone had the ability to do so. Just as Dong Yue Shui was waiting to see Gu Fei make a fool of himself, the sound of something shattering suddenly came from her body. After Gu Fei rubbed the one-horned fire tiger's head, the heavenly beast actually became obedient. At this moment, Dong Yue Shui looked at the beast-taming seal in her hand that had shattered into 7 or 8 pieces, dumbfounded. How? How is this possible? Dong Yue Shui could not even speak properly. She turned her stiff neck and looked at the one-horned fire tiger under Gu Fei, only to see that it was also staring at her. The gazes of a human and a tiger collided in the void. Dong Yue Shui's hand trembled in fear, and the beast-taming seal fragments fell from her hand. This was a heavenly beast at the peak of the heavenly realm, and Dong Yue Shui was only at the beginning stage of the heavenly realm, to be targeted by an uncontrollable heavenly beast, and one that was at the peak of the heavenly realm at that, was definitely not a good thing for Dong Yue Shui. Dong Yue Shui retracted her gaze, her heart thumping wildly, and she broke out in a cold sweat. She had originally wanted to see Gu Fei make a fool of himself. Who would have thought that Gu Fei, who was riding on the back of the horned fire tiger, would not only not be overturned by the horned fire tiger, he even had a somewhat romantic and elegant bearing. Instead, she was the one who was shocked. And how did he do it? To actually be able to remove the beast taming seal on the one-horned fire tiger. This was not something that ordinary people could do. Fatty, who was watching coldly from the side, stared at Gu Fei, who was riding on the one-horned fire tiger, and stroked his chin. His eyes were deep, and no one knew what he was thinking. Gu Fei, who was riding on the one-horned fire tiger, smiled slightly. Everything was under his control, and all the actions of these people were under his observation. Gu Fei thought to himself, "These two want to see me make a fool of myself? Dream on." He could not make a fool of himself, no matter what. At this moment, the corpses were being collected, the broken carriages were being thrown away, the injured horses were slaughtered, and the injured soldiers were being treated by the doctors, and their lives were not in danger. The soldiers under Dong Yue Shui were all busy. However, the air was still filled with the smell of blood. They temporarily set up a pot to cook, started a fire to roast meat, and continued their journey after eating and drinking. Those guys are really ambitious. At this moment, a few people in black stood on a mountain in the distance. Exactly, they were just attacked by the Black Godridge bandits, and they actually roasted meat and cooked rice on the spot. They can really eat it. One of the men in black echoed, "Junior sister, do you want me to sneak in and add some food to them?" Another man in black asked, "Forget it. If we kill them now, what's the point of watching the show?" The woman in black shook her head and said, The two men in black behind the woman in black couldn't help but be startled. The mission to kill Dong Yue Shui was a big one, and if they completed it, they would be able to live a good life. Those in the Dong Yue royal capital who did not want to see Dong Yue Shui return to the royal capital had joined forces to issue a mission on the Eastern Dark Roll, and this mission was Dong Yue Shui's life. Chapter 57:26. The Dark Roll of the Wuji realm was relative to the White Roll of the Righteous X. The Righteous Path's White List was a place for the Righteous Path's people to openly issue missions. The so-called Righteous Path and Evil Path could not coexist, so the missions on the White List were all targeted at those Evil Path cultivators. What missions were posted on the White List, and what rewards one could obtain after completing the mission. These were all public information that could be found. The Dark Roll was much more mysterious. No one knew who started the Dark Roll, but no one dared to underestimate the power behind the Dark Roll. Someone had once posted a mission on the Dark Roll. Someone had completed the mission, but the person who posted the mission wanted to renege on his promise. However, on the very next day, the guy who wanted to renege on his debt had his entire family annihilated. From then on, no one dared to renege on the Dark Roll. Just as Dong Yue Shui, our escorted hegemonic war god out of Skyleap City, a mission appeared on the extreme east dark board. Someone wanted Dong Yue Shui's life. The character reward was either a holy weapon or a divine medicine that could bring the dead back to life. The silent Dark Roll immediately became lively because whoever killed Dong Yue Shui would get the reward. At this moment, there were many people who wanted Dong Yue Shui dead. The bandits of Black God Ridge immediately took action when they received the news. Who would have thought that the Wild King of the Black God Ridge would not only fail to kill Dong Yue Shui, he was even sent flying with 2 punches. He even lost his signature machete. This time, Wild King's face had been completely thrown away. When Wild King escaped back to the Black God Ridge, the leader of the Black God Ridge immediately smashed his cup. The dignified killing god of the Black God Ridge was actually defeated with just 2 punches. Does my Black God Ridge not want face? The Black God Ridge boss brought the 13 Black God Ridge bandits down the mountain. As the most powerful bandit organization in the East Moon Empire, the movements of the Black God Ridge were all monitored by the various factions. The boss of the Black Deity Ridge directly led the 13 great bandits of the Black Deity Ridge down the mountain. The news spread, and all the major forces of the East Moon Empire were shocked, especially the East Moon Empire. Investigate for me. I want to know what these fellows are up to. In the imperial palace of the East Moon royal capital, the imperial lord sat on the throne in the great discussion hall and roared at the people kneeling before him. Imperial lord, there's no need to investigate. Those fellows from the Black God Ridge have come out in full force, so they're definitely targeting Her Highness. A divine general kneeling on one knee below the throne said with a solemn expression. What? Royal Lord East Moon exploded when he heard that. Long Xiangyu, since you know that those bandits are after Shui. Why are you still here? Could it be that even you are unwilling to see Shui, or return to the imperial capital? Overlord East Moon roared furiously at the divine general kneeling before him. Your Majesty, this subordinate has already dispatched the Yue guards. Long Xiangyu said unhurriedly, faced with the enraged royal lord East Moon. He remained calm and composed. That was because he knew his value very well. Overlord East Moon would never touch him no matter what, because not only was he a godhood cultivator, but he also controlled the Yue Moon guards. The Yue guards were a mysterious force in the East Moon Empire. These Yue guards were like ghosts, infiltrating every corner of the imperial capital and monitoring all sounds in the capital. Therefore, the Yue guards were the secret agents of Overlord East Moon. It was precisely because of the existence of the Yue guards that none of the officials of the East Moon Empire dared to act recklessly. This was because there were many pairs of eyes watching them from the shadows. When Overlord East Moon heard that Long Xiangyu had already sent out the Yue guards, his fury subsided significantly. You get out of here and welcome Shui, as well. Overlord East Moon ordered loudly. Yes, Your Majesty. Long Xiangyu directly retreated. All of you, get out of here. Overlord East Moon roared at the officials in the great hall. The officials in the hall all retreated out of the hall in fear. Very soon, only the East Moon Emperor remained seated on the high throne in the hall. Should I ask the ancestor to take action? Overlord East Moon pondered. At this time, everyone who wanted to obtain the reward of the Dark Roll mission was gathering at where Dongyue Shui was. They all wanted to kill her on her way back to the imperial capital. However, when the news of Wild King's defeat and escape spread, some people began to give up. Even someone as powerful as Wild King almost died in Dongyue Shui's hands. Those who believed that their cultivation and battle prowess were inferior to Wild King naturally did not dare to have any ideas about Dongyue Shui. Doing something that was clearly impossible was stupid and courting death. Those who could cultivate to the heavenly realm or godly realm were all extremely shrewd existences. Only those who believed that their cultivation and battle prowess were no weaker than Wild King were qualified to have any ideas about Dongyue Shui. It was very difficult to survive in the cultivation world without any self-awareness. At this time, Dongyue Shui received a flying sword message. Then she felt terrible. Someone actually posted a mission to kill her on the Dark Roll, and the reward was a sacred tool. That was a saint artifact. Sacred tools were Tao tools that only saints could wield. The saints were the strongest existences below the peerless realm. There were only a few peerless realm supremes in the entire realm of Unbounded. Some people would never have the chance to meet them in their entire lives. But the saints were different. In the realm of Unbounded, there were many saints. Without the peerless realm, the saints were undefeatable. Even a sage realm expert couldn't resist the temptation of a sage tool. If a powerful saint were to make a move, then wouldn't she be dead? Thinking of this, Dongyue Shui could no longer stay calm. She was not sure if Fatty and Wang Zhan could take on a saint. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. Who cares? I'm going to return to the imperial city in style and give those fellows a hard slap in the face. Dongyue Shui's eyes were filled with determination. After eating and drinking, they continued on their way. Although a troop of thousands of people was very eye-catching, it had a fatal weakness. and that was that they couldn't move too fast because they couldn't move fast at all. Gu Fei was riding on the horned fire tiger, which was very eye-catching in the group. However, he directly sat cross-legged on the back of the horned fire tiger, closed his eyes, and seemed to be cultivating. Actually, he was sleeping. The horned fire tiger carefully carried Gu Fei on its back and used its fire spiritual energy to form a fiery seat. Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the fiery throne, feeling warm and comfortable. When Dong Yue Shui saw this, she gnashed her teeth in hatred. When this horned fire tiger was her mount, she did not receive such treatment. Sister, your brother is hungry. Hurry up and give me something to eat. Dong Yue Yuanliang suddenly shouted at Dong Yue Shui. Then what do you want to eat? My good second brother? Dong Yue Shui rode to Dong Yue Yuanliang's carriage. Do you even need to ask? Bring me some good wine and meat. Dong Yue Yuanliang cursed. He was now locked in the carriage, with an overlord war god lying beside him. He was in a sorry state. He hated Dong Yue Shui to the core. Get him something to eat. Dong Yue Shui said to the guard beside her, Yang Fei Yin. They were siblings after all. Although they had the same father but different mothers, if anything happened to Dong Yue Yuanliang, she would be in trouble too. Yes, Your Highness. Yang Fei Yin quickly went to get the food. Dong Yue Shui left after giving the order. Your Highness, it's bad. His second highness is dead? But soon, Yang Fei Yin rushed to Dong Yue Shui side in a panic. His face was pale and his voice was trembling. What?